Just a recap of the result from the second trotting qualifier. Number 1, Goddess du Hara, finished 4th. 2, Cleveland Massimo was 3rd. 3, The Magic of Life, closed for 2nd. And 4, Donna Tover was the winner for trainer John McMillan and driver Guy Gagnon. The order of finish in the second qualifier from the top down, 4, 3, 2, 1. The fractions, 31 1/5 seconds to the opening quarter, 1 minute and 2 seconds to the halfway point, 1 minute, 31 seconds and 2/5 at 3/4, and the winning time for Donna Tover and Guy Gagnon was 2 minutes, 1 second and 4/5 of a second, 2:01 and 4. That concludes our qualifiers. Something of an education for some of the horses, and hopefully educational for any new fans joining us this evening on Race for Wishes night at Rideau Carleton. If you're on track, take a look around. There are various ways to contribute to Make-A-Wish Canada throughout this afternoon and this evening on Race for Wishes night. You can always donate online to Make-A-Wish Canada at makeawish.ca. Their objective is to help children fighting critical illness get to experience a wish brought to life, which can be a turning point in a child's treatment journey. So there are opportunities to donate throughout the afternoon and evening. Make-A-Wish Canada has an objective of $30,000 for this year's Race for Wishes night at Rideau Carleton. And remember that your donation, your contributions to this cause help children right here in the Ottawa area, in the capital region. So it's a very close-to-home fundraiser. If you have your phone with you, you can scan the QR code displayed on the Race for Wishes signs showing the horse playing the guitar and make your donation online.
The decade of the 60s was a time of growth and development for the sport and business of harness racing in Ontario. Rideau Carleton Raceway in the nation's capital was inspired and then developed by three men: a longtime horseman who trained and often drove his own horses, a politician, a lumberman, a businessman, and a World War II veteran, James William Baskin, lawyer businessman Robert Faskin, and George Warren Armstrong. A plot of some 300 acres was secured on the northern outskirts of Ottawa in Gloucester Township area on Albion Road, in an area locally known as Johnston's Corners. It was a spot known to be wet, designated for alcohol. Their presentation to the Securities Department in Ontario to secure financing was a masterpiece, incorporating every detail of building and operations, and even including wagering breakage revenue. In early August, a brief ceremony was held to lay the cornerstone for the grandstand. Rideau Carleton was built in a stunning 7 months under the direction of architect and building director Darcy Helmer and Sullivan Construction Company from Arnprior at a cost of $2 million. The racetrack itself, Canada's first 5/8 mile oval, was flanked by 12 fireproof stables capable of housing 500 horses. The model for the design came from Scioto Downs in Columbus, Ohio, which was built in 1959. From a racing standpoint, the purses to be offered were considered generous based on the economic times. 70 days of racing were proposed with a minimum purse of $400. 14 early closing events, with 2 attracting top purses of $3,500. On the evening of Saturday, September 1st, 1962, history was made as an enormous crowd assembled for the 8 o'clock first post. It was the dawning of a new era in Canadian harness racing, as racing under lights was now legal. A packed grandstand looked on as starter Tom McDonnell sent away a field of 8 pacers in the first race. With a purse of $400, the winner was 8-year-old Bud Castleton, stopping the brand new timer in 2:12.1. The winning driver was Wes Koch from Petrolia, Ontario, who had just turned 19 a month previous. Co-owner Bill Companion was on hand for the Winner's Circle presentation, hosted by Raceway Chief James Baskin. The Raceway's finest evening that year was on September 15th, when nearly $94,000 was wagered, and a new track record for 3-year-olds of 2:05 was set by Northwood Alex in the Hastings County Stake.
I was out on the canal one day and I thought, looking around, I thought this would be a great place to have a horse race, because I met with the head of the National Capital Commission, and he said, we're going to start a program next year and it's going to be called Winterlude, and it might tie in. And so 3 weeks later he wrote a letter to me and said, we've never allowed horses on the canal before. We'd like to have you participate in your program. And it took a year to put it together, and we did it. 40,000 people showed up in a driving snowstorm. It's always been referred to as an iconic day in the history of Canadian harness racing.
They're up and facing into the early lead. That's Wilco's Comet. Wilco's Comet the first to show. Fourth, Windy Playboy is fifth. And eighth to face on the lead. It's still Wilco's Comet driving at him. High Class Minbar. Full Comet is third in the drive for the wire. Wilco's Comet, High Class Minbar trying to get to him. Full Comet third. Wilco's Comet is 56 flat. A new track record. Say Supreme Jade at the rail. Supreme Jade on closing on the outside. Advance attack in the drive for the wire. Supreme Jade, perfect out, advance attack. The three of them take.
At Rideau Carleton, full moon rising usually indicates something ominous, but not this night, as the 3-year-old pacing fillies division were each won by the favorites. Dallas Princess in 1:58-2 for Carmen High, charging up on the outside. And Misty Silver easily in 1:59-1 with Bud Fritz driving for Eugene Forbes.
Off that final turn they come on the lead as they turn for home. That's Betrayal. Down the stretch they come. Betrayal has the lead right alongside Johnny A. Heritage in the drive for the wire. Betrayal, Johnny A. Heritage, illustrious big guy. Johnny A. and Betrayal. Johnny A. Heritage.
Cam Fellow raced here, who was, in my opinion, the greatest harness horse of all time. He raced here. He was win number 13 of 28 in a row. The biggest crowd ever in the history of Rideau, over 10,000 people, and bet 440,000 on track. Like there was, the place was unbelievable. And the food, the night, the ambiance, everything was fantastic. It was the best overall night ever, and of course Cam Fella won the race.
They got to catch a pacing machine. Cam Fella at the rail. Supreme Jade on the outside. Cam Fella and Supreme Jade with perfect out. Cam Fella, Supreme Jade. Cam Fella in front.
Approaching 3/4 and driving up on the outside now to challenge as they move down the backstretch. Part of the entry, Day in a Life clears by 3/4 of a length towards the rail. That is Red Bow Tie. And locked in with nowhere to go, that's Noble Ability. In between pacers shaking loose, Bosun's Mate has found some racing room. 3/4, 122 flat on the final turn. Day in the Life is open to 2.5 lengths. Up in the far outside part of the entry, Bosun's mate trying to get there with him. Down on the inside, Red Bow Tie clinging third. Up the rail in fourth, Noble Ability, and they straighten out for home. Through the lane, Day and a Life opening up by 4. Bosun's mate far outside. Red Bow Tie's found a little bit more. The Catman sneaks through with Noble Ability. Here's the finish, here's the wire. Day and a Life, 1:49.4. Track record. Here they are.
Carleton Raceway, it's his third winner of the night, but 1:49.4 is something that he'll remember for a long, long time with Day in a Life. And let's not forget to congratulate Mark Stacey. Mark Stacey is the one that broke and trained this colt, and he made his first steps here at Rideau Carleton Raceway. His first 2 lifetime races were here, and it's great to see him win the Des Smith. Chris Christoforou, winning driver. Let's have a round of applause for Chris. Brilliant drive, 1:49.4, world record on a 5/8 track.
And it's $1 Million Cell. Darrell Colville now swinging to the outside. Could win number 6,500 be that close? Here they are. It is Beastie Royal, $1 Million Cell, $1 Million Cell reaching up, 6,500 career wins for Colville. Shows the way. Pressured on the outside by Dalhousie Dave, and down at the rail, Legal Litigator. Second over on the cover for Alexi Matosi. Third over for Art Professor now is on the way for Jameson. Excess cover for Anderlecht now, who's on the move. A ground-saving trip for Lucky Man. It's back there to Gotcha Covered and trailing the field, straight shooting. But Liz again is opened up by about 2.5. 1:21 to the 3/4. Liz again, a 3-length lead. Closest one to him is Legal Litigator. Now coming up on the far outside, Art Professor is shaken loose for Jameson. There's less than 1/8 of a mile to go in the Des Smith. It is Liz again trying to hang on. Art Professor is putting on the pressure. They're down to the final strides in the Des. It's Liz again and Art Professor down to the wire. Liz again in a new Canadian record, 1:49.2.
So do you guys remember when the announcement came down that horse racing was being canceled, the Slots at Racetracks program in 2012? Duncan made the announcement. We were sitting in the room together, and I know my stomach just dropped right out of me. Remember that, Jean?
Yeah, and it reminded me that we had the same thing in Quebec, so I wasn't too happy about it.
Yeah, the one thing I remember was one thing went through my mind, and that was it's over. And I remember Pete looking at me and saying, "You're right, Richard, it's over."
And I said, "It's not over."
Andy's Unreal has been sent on a gate-to-wire mission on the outside. Hello everyone, my name is John McMillan. I'm taking a look at the second program of the year. But Onyx VA and Stéphane Brassot have the racetrack all to themselves. Everyone, I'm John McMillan, taking a look at how things went on last Sunday's program.
On the day Canada crossed the threshold of 100 coronavirus cases, Ottawa was explicit for the first time about what researchers say could be on the way.
Are you planning the worst?
Absolutely.
Alarming levels of inaction.
And so for the first time, these words from the WHO, the coronavirus is officially a pandemic.
Julie, thank you. Also breaking tonight, the NBA suspending its season after a player on the Utah Jazz tests positive for the virus. Dallas Mavericks owner Mark Cuban reacting to the stunner along with the rest of the league and its fans tonight. The Utah-Oklahoma City game was postponed right before tip-off tonight after that player tested positive, sending a packed arena home.
Pete, are we still racing?
Dylan, we just got off the phone with Ontario Racing, and in line with the other racetracks across Ontario, we will be suspending our race program effective immediately.
For how long?
I don't know.
Horse racing is making its return to the capital this weekend.
But if you're looking to head to the track to catch the excitement, don't. Live audiences are still not allowed. CTV's Tyler Fleming reports.
The race is on. Coming around the backstretch, jockeying for a win.
It's been a long, hard road.
Horse ownership is expensive, and without racing, there's no paycheck for Gary McDonald.
So not only do I have my own financial burden, I have the burden of 7 horses.
So a win is needed. Horse racing has been given the go-ahead from the province. These qualifying races at the Rideau Carleton Raceway are for Sunday's big return.
And hopefully we draw some nice post positions so we can get into the race and get some of that prize money.
A $65,000 purse to be won in the standard bred races.
So that's with the sulky and the driver versus the jockey on top of the thoroughbred's back.
John McMillan is the director of the National Capital Region Horse Association and says the industry has been hit hard.
Participants in the industry are suffering from financial trouble, so getting them back to work will be a great thing.
Strict sanitary measures have been put in place at the track to protect staff, crew, and jockeys. Racing manager Peter Andrusek says only small groups are allowed in the stables and temperatures are being checked before entering.
They've been developed in conjunction with the guidelines of Ottawa Public Health, the AGCO, and Ontario Racing.
So racing into COVID was surreal. There was no customers in the grandstand, no staff, nothing. In November of 2020, we saw a real unique opportunity. It was American Thanksgiving. A lot of the US tracks hadn't even opened yet. And for a 2-hour period, Rideau Carleton Raceway would be the only track racing for around 2 hours. Huge potential for us, and we certainly saw it. That Wednesday night, we have a major snowstorm. Unbelievable. And I remember sitting with Jeff Taylor, our track manager, and basically telling him, whatever it takes, we have to race. And he had an unlimited budget, and at the end of the day, he and his men got the job done. Then the fog rolls in. And the fog was so thick, forget about the backstretch, you couldn't even see the finish line. And I'm sitting there thinking, wow, what a lost opportunity. Yet, as the races started, the tote boards started blowing up. Numbers unheard of for a track our size. And I remember it was around race 6, and I got a text from Glenn Pearson, who was the general manager at the time, who held the old records, which was, I believe, about 440,000. And he said to me, congratulations, you finally broke the record 35 years later. And that's when it kind of dawned on me that, wow, this is something special. By the end of the night, we bet over 750,000, I believe. And what was so shocking about that is that there was not one patron in the grandstand to witness it. COVID.
Yeah, we got a big loss. Rideau Carleton, Mr. Armstrong. He's been good to me over the years. I've been here for my whole life. I just got back, but he always helped me out.
Warren Armstrong was not only the most passionate racetrack operator that I've ever come in contact with, but he wanted every person that came to Rideau Carleton to have a tremendous experience, whether it was a horse person, a race fan, or just a general passerby. He wanted them to have a great time, and that's what they did under his management. 1 week ago tonight, The entire racing community and everybody at Rideau Carleton was saddened to learn of the passing of Mr. Warren Armstrong, one of the builders and the inspiration here at Rideau Carleton Raceway, the owner of this racetrack for almost 60 years. Tonight we are celebrating his life with a video tribute followed by a minute of silence.
The fire services
Okay. Testing. Okay. Testing, 1, 2, 3, testing, 1, 2, 3.
As I see wrestling climbing out. Oh shoot, okay. I hope they know how to work the lock.
I think the other ladies
I think this one's locked. I think this one's tied off. It's tied off. So you'll have to come around the other side. Testing. Good evening, everyone. My name is Christine Crump. I'm the property president here at Hard Rock Hotel and Casino, Ottawa. I just want to thank you for attending our second annual Race for Wishes. We're pleased that you're here with us on the long weekend to help raise money for Make-A-Wish Canada. And thank you to Mother Nature for this glorious day. I'd like to recognize a few folks with us here today. Our local MPP, George DeRuse. Ottawa Fire Service, thank you for being here. We have several folks here from Make-A-Wish Canada and several Wish kids and their families as well. We're going to hear from one of those here shortly. And also Will Aiello. He's our morning anchor on CTV News. You may recognize him. And Reza from NCR CrossFit. He's in the dunk tank right now, still taking donations, $5 for 2 shots. I must say, some of you in the crowd have cannons. It was well done today, especially Grandma, wherever you are. It was pretty impressive. Also, I'd like to thank our local Hard Rock team and the racing team for putting together today. Thank you so much. The National Capital Region Harness Horse Association, and also the Ottawa Senators, Ottawa Sports and Entertainment Group, the Armstrong family, BLG Legal, and also one of our local tack shops has donated the blanket that will be part of the Race for Wishes later today. So without further ado, I'm going to call up George DeRuse and let him say a few words.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. What a beautiful day in Carleton. Thank you very much for Christine for inviting me and making me be part of the celebration. This event, I know it's the second time in our community, but I'm so proud and honored to be here to celebrate this evening and the fundraisers together here. I'd like to start by congratulating Christine and her team, the Hard Rock team, Team Ottawa, that they've been working very hard. They deserve big, big round of applause. I also want to thank our fire services for being here this morning, this afternoon, and they've been giving a demonstration for our kids in our community, in our city. Her vision for this event at Hard Rock has brought our community together and changed the life of others. She has created an annual tradition that is both wonderful and inspiring. When Hard Rock Ottawa was in the planning stage, one of the things they emphasized was they are going to be 3 community partners, and that's why they're showing us today, last week, last month when they opened, and always, and we're looking forward to be with you in this partnership to keep our community going. On behalf of our Premier Doug Ford and our government in Ontario, I am so honored and happy to be here. I wish you all the best in your fundraiser. Make-A-Wish Foundation and Make-A-Wish make an amazing, tremendous changes in people in our city, in our province, in Canada, for many families. And your generous donation and participating with this event make these wishes happen. I could not be more proud to be here this afternoon at a beautiful long weekend to celebrate this moment. Thank you very much. I wish you all the best.
Thank you, George. Thank you, George. Thanks for being here with us. Next, I'll call up Will, say a few words to the audience. He was a great sport today. He's been dunked, I don't know, a lot.
Many times. Hi, everybody. Thanks for coming out today. I can officially confirm by how drenched I am and by my shivering that Grandma did have a cannon wherever she is. Make-A-Wish Canada does such an amazing job, and for about 10 years, I've been doing some work with them, and what they do is amazing. So many people in here probably are already aware, and what you're doing today is contributing to something that is so special, especially for the children that they're able to help. So I really wanted to thank everyone for joining us here today. Still ways to donate. The dunk tank is still going on. Maybe I'll do a couple of more. There's the merch tent. There's the silent auction going on. Every dollar that you have today is going to such a great cause. And thank you to Christine and the whole Hard Rock family, because it's been so awesome so far, and what they're doing here is amazing. So give yourself a round of applause. Thanks, everybody.
Thank you, Will. When Will heard about our our event here. He literally jumped right in right away, so we appreciate him. We had a segment on Friday morning, and we presented him this robe. He was caught off guard, but anyway, it was a fun little segment. Next, we have Taylor Hittner from Make-A-Wish Canada. Taylor was here with us last year and back for year 2, so I'll turn it over to Taylor.
Good evening, everyone. As Christine said, my name is Taylor, and I'm a Senior Development Officer for Community Events at Make-A-Wish. I am so honored to be joining here today for the 2nd annual Race for Wishes. Woo! For over 40 years, Make-A-Wish Canada has granted life-changing wishes to children with critical illness, giving them and their families strength when they need it most. Make-A-Wish Canada grants wishes in over 750 communities across Canada, and we are on the quest to bring every eligible wish to life. A wish, whether it's a once-in-a-lifetime family vacation, meeting your biggest favorite sports hero, or receiving adaptive equipment to make your journey a little bit easier. Each of these wish types bring joy and relief to families. Wishes offer something to look forward to, helping children and their loved ones focus on happiness instead of pain or uncertainty. Wishes are truly much more than a nice to have. They are a crucial part of a child's medical treatment. I'm thrilled to announce that as of this year, Make-A-Wish Canada has reached an amazing milestone. We have officially granted over 40,000 wishes across the country since 1983. 2,011 of those wishes were granted last year alone, with over 94 being right here in Eastern Ontario. And I say this from the bottom of my heart. Without amazing supporters like Hard Rock Ottawa and Christine and everybody here today, we wouldn't be able to grant wishes. As some of you may know, Make-A-Wish Canada does not receive any government funding, and the only reason why we are able to grant wishes is because of amazing supporters in our community. So from the bottom of my heart, thank you so much for being here today and helping us ensure that every child who is eligible for a wish gets one. I'm so thrilled to introduce Catalina and Wish Kid Sophia. I was so grateful to have actually granted Sophia's wish last year, and working with their family has been such an amazing experience. So if you could all pay attention for a few minutes to Catalina and Sophia, who are here to share their story about their wish.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Catalina. I'm the proud mom of Sophia, our sparkly and determined girl, and of 2 other amazing daughters that keep our family grounded and strong. Sophia has a rare genetic disorder called tuberous sclerosis that causes tumors to grow in her vital organs. It's a condition that requires constant monitoring, ongoing medical care, and the kind of long-term attention that becomes part of our everyday life, not just in emergencies, but in the background of everything we do. For our family, that means juggling appointments, therapies, medication, and endless planning. It's not always dramatic, but it's always there. And as parents, it's easy to forget what it feels like just live without that weight. When we first heard about Make-A-Wish, I honestly didn't know the full impact it will have on us. When I was notified that Sophia's dream was granted, I thought, well, fun trip that we are gonna have. What I didn't realize was that it will be so much more than that. It will be a full week of freedom, freedom from doctors, from routines, freedom from always needed to be on. We stayed in an incredible place called Give Kids the World. It's a magical, beautiful place made just for family like ours. And let me tell you, I never felt so special in my life. We had ice cream for breakfast, gifts delivered to our door every morning, Christmas and Halloween parties, and also access to the most amazing parks and attractions. We were spoiled in the best possible way. Sophia's biggest wish was to take part of a wand ceremony at a very special Wizarding World, and she didn't get chosen the first time. And we thought, oh my goodness, this is not gonna happen. But the team went out of their way to create a private moment just for her. They gave her the experience she had dreamed of, and she was glowing. That moment when her eyes lit up, it's something I will carry with me forever. But the wish wasn't just for Sophia, it was for all of us. Our middle daughter, Josefa, celebrated her birthday that week, and for once, she wasn't in the background. She got cake, gifts, and attention too, because Make-A-Wish sees the whole family, not just the dinosaurs. What the experience gave us, it was more than a trip. It was the gift of time, joy, and connection. It reminded us of who we are outside of the world of illness, and that's priceless. To all the donors here tonight, thank you. You didn't just make a wish come true. You gave us a memory that no treatment plan or MRI result can take away. You reminded our family what happiness feels when it is uninterrupted. And that is something that we will never, ever forget. If you are considering supporting Make-A-Wish, I want you to know that it really matters. You might think you're helping a child have just a fun day, but what you are really doing is changing the way an entire family remember this chapter of their life. So from the bottom of our heart, thank you so much.
Thank you, Taylor. Thank you, Sophia and your family. Sophia and I actually had an opportunity to chat earlier tonight, and she said the opportunity to go to Disney was the best part for her is that everyone treated her just like every other child. And often when there's a diagnosis, people will treat you differently. And it's clear that the wish granting was a tremendous opportunity for the family and Sophia. So thank you. Thank you everyone for being here today, to helping us grant future wishes. Our goal today is to grant 3 wishes for children in Eastern Ontario. Each wish is approximately $10,000. Before we even started today, we were at $14,000. I can tell by the motivation, and especially Will and Rez, they raised a lot of money in the dunk tank. So thank you. I think we're well on our way to granting 3 wishes. Please enjoy the evening, enjoy the race card, and thank you for being here.
Hello, ladies, gentlemen, kids, people of all ages here tonight at Rideau Carleton for Race for Wishes Night. We're about 19 minutes away from post time for the first of 11 live harness races from the nation's capital on race night number 35 of the 2025 meet. got a few equipment changes to pass along. First of all, I'd like to encourage everyone to look to the far right of the tarmac out in front of the grandstand. Silver Chris is out there. He made an appearance last year on Race for Wishes night. He's back to see the public once again. This is a horse who was owned by the founder of Rideau Carleton Raceway, George Warren Armstrong, and he is there to meet the public. The white horse to the right of the grandstand in the paddock. Handler Julie Ferguson there with him, so he'll be there throughout the earlier part of tonight's card. If you want to visit 19-year-old gray, almost white standardbred Silver Chris. The track condition tonight is fast, weather condition cloudy, a temperature of 28 degrees Celsius, 82 Fahrenheit. Winds are out of the southeast, 13 kilometers an hour, 8 miles per hour, and humidity is at 42%. There were not many changes to report tonight. In fact, there were none in races 1 through 9. 2 equipment additions in race 10, both on the same horse, RJ's Super Freak. He is adding a Murphy blind on the right and goes from blinkers to open bridle. And in race 11, our last race of the card, number 3, PL Rinchenya, goes from blind bridle to blinkers. So those are the only changes this evening. Race for Wishes night at Rideau Carleton. We encourage racegoers to take advantage of all the opportunities this evening to participate in the family-friendly activities down there. I think there's some very good barbecue happening. There's an Ottawa Fire Services vehicle to check out. There's some games. There's an auction. Lots of opportunities to make a contribution to Make-A-Wish Canada, which fulfills wishes for deserving children going through serious illnesses. The fulfillment of a wish for a child with a critical illness can be a turning point in their treatment journey. And Make-A-Wish Canada has already helped many children right across Canada, including here in the Ottawa area. They're always seeking volunteers as well. You can check them out online at makeawish.ca. And you can contribute this evening. Lots of ways to do so. Just look for signage at the trackside level. And on the signs with the white horse playing the electric guitar, you can scan the QR code with your phone and make your donation online. For those new to harness racing, those 2 races earlier were qualifiers, non-wagering events, just to ensure that these horses were capable of moving on to a betting race. We're 15 minutes away from race 1 now, the first of the betting races with exactor, triactor, superfecta, and daily double wagering. Glenn Pearson likes the 1 here. Final text for trainer Sylvain Cote, driver Pascal Berube, front-end loving mare, with 3 wins this season already and a good post position for her front-end style. Glenn is going to the 2, Never Mind, for Mandy Archer and Guy Gagnon in the place spot. Then looking out to number 6, CrossFit, for Vic Putty and Marie-Claude Auger in 3rd. And completing his superfecta ticket with the 5, Mask of Zorro, for Benoit Hibert and Robert Shepard. I see it a bit differently. CrossFit, I think, has a very good chance, despite having outside post number 6 here. He's got 5 wins from 16 starts this season and has done quite well for Marie-Claude Auger. There were 2 recent wins on a class drop to this level, July 2nd and 9th, for CrossFit, in line to Marie-Claude Auger once again. The 5, Mask of Zorro, has a bit of back class to him. He's 0 for 8 so far this season, but has been steadily improving. I like him in the place spot ahead of 1. Final text. Again, the likely pace setter has some advantage to going to the inside post. However, she's come up short in the stretch in her last couple of tries. So we like her 3rd. And then a horse who was edged out by a nose on July 23rd. That's a 4, Sant Ambrogio for Carl Duguay and driver Ryan Guy. 0 for 11 this season, but she came very close to a win at Rideau Carleton on July 23rd. That was for driver Pascal Berube, though, and he is now driving the 1. Final text. On the tote board, the current 7-5 favorite is the 6, CrossFit, the 9-year-old son of Donato Hanover. Also getting some attention is Glenn's top pick, number 1, Final Text. For those new to wagering, I'll just mention a little bit about some of the types of wagers offered in race 1. An exactor means that you must pick the first 2 horses in the correct order. If you want a 1-2 exactor, you can do that. Final text would have to win. Nevermind would have to be second for a 1-2 exactor to come in. And the base wager is $1. Then you've got a triactor, also with a base wager of $1. You can build your ticket from there. A triactor, you need to pick 3 horses, the top 3 finishers in a given race, again, in order. If you'd like to mix it up so that the horses can come in any order, that's a box. So an exactor box, 1-2, could come in 1-2 or 2-1, and you'd be collecting some winnings. The superfecta means you need to pick 4 horses in a row in a given race. So 1st, 2nd, 3rd, and 4th in order. The base wager for that is a little lower, I believe, 20 cents, I think, here. And then there's daily double wagering, $1 base wager where you pick the winners of 2 consecutive races. So in race 1, you can pick 1 or more horses, and then in race 2, you can pick 1 or more horses and build your daily double ticket.
My name is Taylor Hittner. I'm a Senior Development Officer at Make-A-Wish Canada, and specifically I work in our community events fundraising here in Ottawa. Last year, the first Race for Wishes was amazing. It was so great. We got to highlight Wish Kid Lyric last year, which was fantastic, and we were able to raise $20,000 in support of Make-A-Wish and to help us continue to grant wishes. At Make-A-Wish Canada, we grant wishes for children with critical illness, and our vision is to grant the wish of every eligible child across the country. Last year, Make-A-Wish granted wishes across 745 communities across the country, including right here in Ottawa. And we are thrilled to announce that we granted 2,011 wishes last year alone, with 94 of them being in the Eastern Ontario region. So as you can see, our wish granting is very local, but we're very lucky to be able to work with so many communities across the country. And we also just celebrated a very big milestone at Make-A-Wish Canada. We just celebrated this year 40,000 wishes granted since 1983 at Make-A-Wish Canada, which is an absolutely amazing milestone, and we look forward to continuing to grant wishes across the country. A wish provides distraction from a child who's going through an unimaginable time. A wish is something to think about, something to anticipate, and something to look forward to. And research has shown that it helps children build the resilience that they need to fight the critical illness that they are going through. It helps improve their physical and emotional well-being. So at Make-A-Wish Canada, we do not receive any government funding. So the only way we're able to grant wishes is through donations and charitable giving from our community. So whether it is going to a community fundraiser like Race for Wishes, hosting a community fundraiser through corporate giving, individual giving, or attending one of the fundraisers that Make-A-Wish organizes, these are all ways that you can help fundraise, donate, and help make a significant impact on the lives of children with critical illness. Whether you're at the races on Sunday night or you're looking to support Make-A-Wish outside of this event, you can donate directly online at makeawish.ca, and any dollar amount helps us continue to grant wishes and makes a significant and meaningful impact on the lives of children with critical illness. And we just thank you so much for your support, because without the support from our community, we truly wouldn't be able to do what we are doing right now for children with critical illness. Thank you so much to the Hard Rock Ottawa and to the Ottawa community for your support. Any donation makes an impact and helps us make wishes come true. And with your support, we're able to transform lives one wish at a time.
We're about 7 minutes away from post time for race 1. If you're just joining us on track, online, or at the OTB, thank you. We've got 11 races coming up this evening. The first of them on the trot in race 1, exactor, triactor, superfecta, and daily double wagering. If you're on track, you might want to head down to the right-hand side of the grandstand. If you take a look, that's not a unicorn. It's the 19-year-old, very light gray standard bred, Silver Chris, who always enjoys meeting fans at the races. He hasn't raced since 2011, but he's a good example of how racehorses have a life after their racing days are done. He's an ambassador for the Race for Wishes, happening tonight at the track in support of Make-A-Wish Canada. So be sure to visit Silver Chris and try to make a donation if you can to the Make-A-Wish Foundation of Canada. Lots of opportunities to do that throughout the card this evening. We're about 6 minutes away from race 1 now, and just taking a look at this field, the current favorite continues to be My Top Selection, currently at odds of 8-5. Number 6, CrossFit, a class dropper who won at a similar classification on July 9th. He came first over from last on the second turn, July 23rd, and then stalled on the final turn, but renewed the attack down the stretch. All 5 of CrossFit's 2025 wins are for Marie-Claude Auger. And as mentioned, he has got some class relief here. In a field of 6, I don't think the outside post position is going to hurt his chances. CrossFit continues on as favorite. Glenn Pearson's Top Selection is 2-1 from the rail. The front end loving number 1 Final Text is making a quick turnaround and looks like Pascal Berube's choice over Sant Ambrogio, who has post position 4 in race 1. Final Text has a class drop to the level of her most recent Rideau win on July 16th for her previous connections. Final Text did move to a different barn after being claimed on July 16th and now races for trainer Sylvain Cote, 3-time winner this season with a rail advantage. That's the one, Final Text. 9-2 the odds on number 5 Mask of Zorro, who remains winless since back-to-back victories for Robert Shepard at a higher classification last year on October 31st and November 3rd. Mask of Zorro followed the pace-setting Royal du Haras from single file 4th on July 23rd in a field with 2 early breakers. Mask of Zorro was 3rd on the backstretch and had a late move up the inside path that fell a little short. He's 5-1 now. Number 5, Mask of Zorro.
freaking night of my life. And wherever it takes me, I'm down for the ride. Baby, don't you know I'm good? Yeah, I'm feeling alright. 'Cause I'm good, yeah, I'm feeling alright. Baby, I'ma have the best freaking night of my life. And wherever it takes me, I'm down for the ride. Baby, don't you know I'm good? Yeah, I'm feeling alright. 'Cause I'm good, yeah, I'm feeling alright. Baby, I'ma have the best freaking night of my life. And wherever it takes me, I'm down for the ride. Baby, don't you know I'm good? Yeah, I'm feeling alright.
It's great to be back again this Sunday evening for live racing from the nation's capital. Unfortunately, last Sunday night we had to cancel the races. There was an electrical transformer that malfunctioned that evening. We weren't able to get it fixed in time, but we're back again tonight with 11 races. Lots of good wagering opportunities tonight and opportunities to support Make-A-Wish Canada that fulfilled a lot of kids' wishes as those kids were battling critical illnesses. There are still over 3,700 children across Canada on the waiting list right now to have their wishes fulfilled by Make-A-Wish Canada, so you can help out tonight. There's kids' activities, a barbecue, raffles, and an auction happening on the tarmac. Opportunities to scan the QR code on the Race for Wishes sign with the white horse playing the guitar if you'd like to donate that way. The goal tonight is to raise $30,000 for Make-A-Wish Canada. $20,000 was raised on Race for Wishes night last year. Taylor Hittner, the Senior Development Officer for Make-A-Wish Canada, is here and will be in the winner's circle later on after Race 5 to reveal a little more about Make-A-Wish Canada and how this annual event at Hard Rock Ottawa Rideau Carleton Raceway helps the kids. The trotters are coming from the paddock now for the post parade for race 1. Here comes the race 1 post parade to the sound of cheers from the crowd. These trotters are non-winners of $2,500 in their last 5 starts. Allowances for fillies and mares also eligible. $12,000 claimers. They race for a purse of $6,000. We actually have a late equipment change here on the 4 in race 1. Murphy blind moving from the right to the left on number 4, Sant Ambrogio. One is Final Text, owned by trainer Sylvain Cote of Joliette with Michel Lagacé of Terrebonne, Quebec. Pascal Berube drives. 2 is Never Mind, owned by Jamie Copley of Kenmore, Ontario, trained by Mandy Archer. Guy Gagnon drives. 3 is Hatikva, owned by trainer Michael Sergi of Canton, New York, along with a numbered Quebec corporation of Gloucester, Ontario. Clark Stacey drives. 4 is Sant Ambrogio, owned by Investissement KFB, Sorel Tracy, Quebec, along with trainer Carl Duguay of Trois-Rivières. Ryan Guy is the driver. And note the equipment change on the 4, Sant Ambrogio, Murphy blind going right to left. 5 is Mask of Zorro, owned by trainer Benoit Hubert of Papineauville, with Eric Lafleur of L'Ange Gardienne, Quebec. Robert Shepard drives. And rounding out the field, the 2-to-1 co-favorite at the moment, number 6, CrossFit, owned by Gordon McDonald of Ontario with Christopher Boland of Newfoundland, trained by Vic Putty. Marie-Claude Auger drives. That's your field of 6 trotters for upcoming race 1. There's exactor, triactor, superfecta, and early daily double wagering. To place wagers, look inside the grandstand. There are some self-serve machines and a teller who can help you with your wagering. Don't be afraid to ask. Lots of newcomers at the track tonight, so you can find out more about how to wager just inside the doors of the grandstand trackside. We're getting a look at the current favorite, looking good out there from post 6, CrossFit. A winner at a similar classification here, July 9th. And he's got some class relief here after a first over trip on July 23rd. He stalled on the final turn, but he's got the class relief here that I think he finds his way back to the winner's circle. He's a good closer, usually from closer to the pace than he was on July 23rd. So if he gets away in the top 3, I think he wins this. And notably, all 5 wins this season by CrossFit were for tonight's driver, Marie-Claude Auger, one of the best, if not the best, female driver currently active in Canada. Just heard some good news from our racing manager, Peter Andrusak. On August 13th, Mr. Lucky's Grandstand Restaurant upstairs is going to be reopening. Always popular for its good food and excellent views of the races. Mr. Lucky's reopening on August 13th. Can't wait. Trotting in front of the grandstand right now, number 2, Never Mind, for Mandy Archer and Guy Gagnon. 3-1 right now on the tote board. I shied away from this newcomer to Rideau Carleton on the basis of recent performance. Sometimes these horses turn around for trainer Mandy Archer and driver Guy Gagnon when they come to Rideau Carleton. But looking at the recent resume of the two, never mind the 12-year-old New Zealand import, he settled third and then jumped it off early at Saratoga Harness on July 21st, and he's 0 for 22 this year. He had 7 wins last year. They were primarily front-end trips at Hawthorne or Running Aces. And again, this is the debut for Mandy Archer. For the two, never mind. 3-1 right now on the tote board. The current favorite is 9-5 Choice from the rail. Final text. The AGCO judges have just informed me that there was a late scratch in race 1. Scratch number 3, Hatikva. On a recommendation of the AGCO veterinarian, number 3, Hatikva, is scratched lame from race 1. We're down to a field of 5 trotters for upcoming race 1. Number 3, Hatikva, is a late scratch. And for those who didn't catch it in the post parade, there was also a late equipment change in race 1. On the 4, Sant'Ambrogio, moving the Murphy blind from right to left. Would Steve Germain please come to the racing office in the grandstand to meet with Peter Andrusek? Steve Germain, come to the racing office in the grandstand, not the backstretch. And you need to speak with Peter Andrusek. Thank you. The horses will be lining up shortly for the start of race 1. If you've never met a real live racehorse in person before, we do have a bit of a celebrity here at Rideau Carleton. If you look down to the right of the grandstand, right of the patio, you can see Silver Chris. He won nearly 10% of his lifetime starts. He hasn't raced since 2011, but he's an established star at Rideau Carleton. He was owned by the racetrack founder, George Warren Armstrong. His handler, Julie Ferguson, is there with him. Silver Chris loves to meet the public, and he's a very unusual colored standardbred. Most of them are dark-colored horses, bay or brown or black, but he is registered as a roan. He is actually a gray standardbred, usually lightens up with age, and when they get to the age of Silver Chris, 19 years of age, they've turned white. He's wearing his Race for Wishes attire tonight in support of Make-A-Wish Canada. The starter has called the field for race 1. This is your last chance to wager on the early daily double that kicks off here. A field scratched down to 5 trotters. 1 is Final Text for Pascal Berube. 2, Never Mind for Guy Gagnon. 3, Hatikva is a vet scratch lame. 4 is Sant'Ambrogio for Ryan Guy. 5, Mask of Zorro, Robert Shepard. And on the outside, 6, CrossFit, Marie-Claude Auger. They're headed into the turn. Sant'Ambrogio and CrossFit a couple of lengths behind the other three. They're on the backstretch and they're all in line. They're off and trotting, and final text moving to the front for Pascal Berube. First over into second, Sant'Ambrogio underway from third. That's Nevermind in the Rideau debut. 4 lengths back to fourth, where you'll find Mask of Zorro. And trailing at this point, but looking interested in going first over, that's CrossFit. They're single file now, this field of 5 trotters en route to the opening quarter, with final text doing the early leg work. 28 seconds flat, the opening quarter, as they come down the stretch the first time. Final text where she likes to be, and widening her lead to 3 open lengths for driver Pascal Berube. Sitting the loose pocket second, Sant'Ambrogio. Third is Nevermind. Fourth is Mask of Zorro, having tightened up, and trailing but closely now, that's CrossFit. They're headed around the second turn. CrossFit trying to get a first over rally going from fifth, as final text reaches the halfway point in 57 seconds flat. A 29-second second panel there for the leader, keeping ahead of Sant'Ambrogio now by a diminishing margin. And first over flushed out now for Guy Gagnon. Nevermind is advancing third on the outside. Second over into fourth, CrossFit, and shuffled to the back of the field, Mask of Zorro. They approach 3/4, and final text is under serious first over pressure from Nevermind. 1:26 and 2 3/4. Those two battling up front. Here comes a 3-wide move from CrossFit. Also starting up from last, Mask of Zorro. They're going to be battling down the stretch now. We have a new leader. It's Nevermind for Guy Gagnon. In hot pursuit, CrossFit and Marie-Claude Auger, followed by Mask of Zorro. Going to the wire, it's going to be a winning debut for Nevermind by a neck over CrossFit. Mask of Zorro third, 1:57 and 1. Looking at the race replay for race 1, it was a winning Rideau debut for number 2, Nevermind, for Guy Gagnon and Mandy Archer, holding off CrossFit down the stretch. The unofficial results are now posted for race 1. Number 2, Nevermind, an even money winning favorite for Guy Gagnon. 6, CrossFit was second. 5, Mask of Zorro third. And 4, Sant'Ambrogio was fourth. 2, 6, 5, 4, the unofficial top 4 order of finish in race 1. Please hold all tickets. I just had a text asking about Mr. Lucky's reopening. The Grandstand restaurant upstairs, it reopens August 13th. In the winner's circle, unofficial race 1 winner, Never Mind, 12-year-old bay gelding by Muscle Mass out of Ashland, CR, owned by Jamie Copley of Kenmore, Ontario. Bred by J.J. Geddes and J.B. Geddes of Canterbury, New Zealand. Trained by Mandy Archer, driven to victory by Guy Gagnon. He's now the official winning favorite from race 1, Never Mind. Win number 1 of the year in start number 23. 157-1. Congratulations. Prices are now posted for race 1. Number 2, Never Mind, returns $4 even to win. The $2 exactor 2-6 pays $14. The $1 triactor 2-6-5 combination pays $14.25. And the $1 superfecta 2-6-5-4 combination pays $34.75. The race 1 rundown is now displayed. 1, Final Text finished 5th. 2, Never Mind, the race winner for Guy Gagnon in his Rideau debut. The 3, Hatikva, was a vet scratch lame. 4, Sant Ambrogio finished 4th. 5, Mask of Zorro was 3rd. And 6, CrossFit 2nd. From the top down, your program should read 5-1, Scratch 4, 3-2. The fractions were 28 seconds to the opening quarter, 57 seconds at the half, 1:26 2 at 3/4, 1:57 1. The first win of the season for Never Mind. comes the post parade for Race 2 on Race for Wishes night. These pacers are non-winners of $4,000 for a race lifetime. 2-year-olds draw inside and allowances for fillies and mares. The purse is $5,600. Leading the post parade, number 1, William of Bristol, making his first lifetime start for owner, trainer, driver Andrew Moore of Osgood, Ontario. Two is It's My Deal, owned and trained by Danielle Delude of Saint-Martin, Quebec. Pascal Berube is in the sulky. It's My Deal is also making his first or her first lifetime start. The 3 is Trinity Lucky Strike, making her second career start. She is owned by Simon Simard of Saint-Pascal, Baylon, Ontario, trained by Catherine Girard. Claude LaRose drives. 4 is Gabby Sealster, owned and trained by Gerard Vaillancourt, Kemptville, Ontario. Mike Healy is in the sulky. 5 is the current 7-5 favorite, Purple Moon, owned by Gerald Donnell of Ottawa, trained by Mandy Archer. Guy Gagnon looking to go back-to-back in the early double. 6 is Lady Liz, owned by trainer Shay Kelly of Russell, Ontario. Clark Stacey drives. 7 is Tia, owned by Alexis Zilka of Gloucester, Ontario. Sebastian Turenne trains and drives. And completing this field from post 8, Built to Thrill, owned by Gilles Plourde with trainer Karen Kroger, both of Chelsea, Quebec. Robert Shepard is in the bike. That's your field of 8 pacers for upcoming Race 2. Exactor, Triactor, Superfecta, and Pick 4 wagering. We're getting a look at the current 7-5 favorite. It's true that Guy Gagnon can really add to a horse's chances. Number 5, Purple Moon, was quickly taken back to third along the pylons behind Gabby Sealster last start. Purple Moon was gapping past the half, but held on for show, keeping ahead of the field's fastest closer, who is in Race 2 tonight as well. That was Trinity Lucky Strike, who collared Tia down the stretch in their most recent matchup. So Purple Moon, a 3-year-old gelded son of Bet the Moon, is light on experience, a judge's scratch transportation, July 13th, and third in that career debut, July 20th. Guy Gagnon back in the bike. Even money odds right now on the 5, Purple Moon. Because we have a lot of new fans at the track this evening, some of them not familiar with wagering terminology, the pick 4 means that you're picking the winner of not just race 2, but the next 3 races. You can choose multiple options in a race. If you think the 4 and the 5 could win race 2, you can use them both in this leg of the pick 4. So you're picking 4 consecutive winners, races 2, 3, 4, and 5. And you can purchase your tickets from the self-serve machines inside the grandstand. There's a teller there to assist if you're not sure how to wager. We're looking at the track handicapper selections right now. Glenn Pearson siding with the betting public. 6-5 odds right now on number 5 in race 2, Purple Moon. Glenn looks to number 8, Built to Thrill, the 4-year-old Big Jim mare in the place spot. Then he's going to the 4, Gabby Sealster, and completing his ticket with the 1, William of Bristol. I'm trying William of Bristol on top. He's a 2-year-old, full or half sibling to 2 other horses who broke their maiden in their first career starts at Rideau Carleton. Bootlegger Charlie and Margot's Got the Cargo. He also qualified very well July 27th. Number 1, William of Bristol, currently 9-1 odds. The starter has called the field for race 2. There's still time to wager. You'll have to hurry to get inside the grandstand. And if you want to get involved in the early pick 4, it does begin here in race 2. The starter has called the field. They're beginning to line up for race 2. One is William of Bristol for Andrew Moore. 2 is It's My Deal, Pascal Berube. 3, Trinity Lucky Strike, Claude LaRose. 4, Gabby Sealster, Mike Healy. 5, Purple Moon, Guy Gagnon. 6, Lady Liz, Clark Stacy. 7, Tia, Sebastian Turan. And on the outside from post 8, Built to Thrill, Robert Shepard. They're gradually finding their places behind the gate on the turn. The field is on the backstretch, quickly approaching the start. They're off and pacing, a staggered start for William of Bristol, and It's My Deal on the inside. Fighting to get ahead of Gabby Sealster early. That's Purple Moon, who is in the mix. Making front, though, Gabby Sealster for Mike Healy, leading the way and in hot pursuit. Already first over into second. That's Built to Thrill, challenging as they approach the opening quarter. Sitting third, Purple Moon, biding his time for Guy Gagnon. A 28 flat opening quarter and soaring to make front for Robert Shepard. That is Built to Thrill, now leading by a length and a half. Sitting second, Gabby Sealster. Gapping in third, Purple Moon. Fourth, that's Tia. Fifth is Trinity Lucky Strike. Caught in sixth, William of Bristol. Stepping out to come first over, Lady Liz for Clark Stacy, advancing on the second turn. And at the back of the field, It's My Deal. They got to the halfway point in 58-2, a 30-2 second panel, with the fractions laid down by Built to Thrill, who's freewheeling up front by a widening margin over Gabby Sealster, who stalks from second. In third, Purple Moon is being asked by Guy Gagnon, trying to slip out ahead of the first over Lady Liz, who allows him to do so. Moving up the cones now into fourth, that's Tia advancing as they went by three quarters, 1:27-2. The clocking there. Built to Thrill is getting a thrilling front end trip, looming the danger from the pocket. Gabby Sealster wants the tip at the top of the stretch, and they're charging for home. Wide from the back of the field, William of Bristol trying to come up the inside. And up front, it's a 2-horse race. It looks like Built to Thrill needs the wire, charging up late. Gabby Sealster gets the win over Built to Thrill. Purple Moon, William of Bristol, fourth in a 1:58-4 mile. Built to Thrill had a good lead at the top of the stretch, but it evaporated when Gabby Sealster and driver Mike Healy got serious, hunting to the wire. Purple Moon chasing them there, and a good performance by William of Bristol, closing into traffic in his first lifetime start. A 1:58-4 victory for Gabby Sealster. That's a maiden victory. Unofficial top 4 finishers now displayed for race 2 at odds of 10 to 1. Number 4, Gabby Seelster, the race winner for Mike Healy. As mentioned, a maiden victory for the 3-year-old filly. Pace setter, number 8, Built to Thrill, held on for place. The 1-2 favorite, number 5, Purple Moon, was third, ahead of 10 to 1 shot, number 1, William of Bristol, closing into traffic to finish a good 4th. The unofficial top 4 posted are 4, 8, 5, 1, but please hold all tickets. The judges have just informed me there is an inquiry launched. 1 on 7 in the last turn. So there was possible interference, William of Bristol and Tia. On the final turn, the judges are looking into that. It looks like the 1 on the 7. So please hold all tickets. The 4th place finisher, William of Bristol, the 1, is the subject of the current inquiry. Now coming back to the Rideau Carleton Winner's Circle, unofficial race 2 winner, number 4, Gabby Seelster. She's a 3-year-old bay filly by All Bets Off out of Glowing Colleen. Owned and trained by Gerard Vaillancourt of Kemptville, Ontario. Bred by Seelster Farms Incorporated of Lucan, Ontario. Mike Healy gets the driving win. And that's the first win for Gabby Seelster in start number 14 this season. Congratulations. Lifetime mark, 158-4. Way to go, Gabby Seelster. First lifetime win. Congratulations. The inquiry in race 2 concerns the 4th place finisher, number 1, William of Bristol, and possible interference on number 7, Tia, on the final turn. Judges are speaking with the drivers and reviewing footage from that incident. Possible interference. We're looking at footage of possible interference in race 2 on the final turn by number 1, William of Bristol. The first-time starter driven by Andrew Moore against 7, Tia, driven by Sebastian Turenne. 1 is behind the 7 and trying to go between horses. The judges are looking into whether there was any interference. William of Bristol finished 4th in race 2 and is the subject of the inquiry now under consideration. The AGCO judges have just informed me that a placing was made in race 2. Number 1, William of Bristol, driven by Andrew Moore, was closing on the final turn and accidentally stepped on and flattened the tire on the sulky of number 7, Tia, driven by Sebastian Turenne. Tia finished 5th and is being moved up to 4th. William of Bristol, the 1, finished 4th and will be placed 5th for the interference on the 7, Tia. The new top 4 order of finish, 4, 8, 5, 7. Race 2 is now official. Prices are posted for race 2, where the first-time winner, number 4, Gabby Seelster, returns $23.70 to win. The $2 4/8 exactor pays $88.50. It's $85.05 for the $1 485 triactor ticket and $47.60 for the $2 early daily double 2-4, the winning daily double combination. The race 2 rundown is now posted. Number 1, William of Bristol, finished 4th, was placed 5th for interference. 2, It's My Deal, was 8th. 3, Trinity Lucky Strike, 6th. 10-1 odds on number 4, Gabby Sealster, the winner for Mike Healy. 1-2 favorite, number 5, Purple Moon, was 3rd. 6, Lady Liz, finished 7th. 7, Tia, finished 5th and was placed 4th. And 8, Built to Thrill, held on for 2nd. From the top down, your program should read 4P5, 861, 37, 5P4, 2. The fractions were 28 flat to the quarter, 58 and 2 at the half, 127 and 2 at 3/4, 158 and 4. Now the lifetime mark for Gabby Sealster. Race 3 is coming up next with exactor, triactor, superfecta, and pick 3 wagering. No changes. Track handicapper selections are now displayed for race 3. Glenn Pearson going to the 4, Giggity 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 for Mandy Archer and Robert Shepard. Then he's got the 1, Perpetual Rock for Yves Tessier and Pascal Berube. Going to number 5, Dr. Joe in the show spot, a good closer for Vic Putty and Marie-Claude Auger. And completing his ticket with the stablemate from the Putty stable, number 2, Love My Rockin' Bird, in line to Stéphane Pouliot. I see it a little differently. I've got the 1 on top here, Perpetual Rock. 0 for 12 this year, but don't let that hold you back because the races 1 and 2 winners were both 0 for whatever this year. Neither of them had won a race. And that could be the case for Perpetual Rock. He's certainly been getting close in recent tries. I've got the 5, Dr. Joe in the place spot. Then looking to the 3, Captain of Rock and Roll, Guy Gagnon for trainer Jacob Copley. This one a 6-time winner this season. And completing my ticket with a good closer from post 6, Skylar for trainer driver Dan Dulude. He's just got 2 wins this season. He's always done well from outside post positions for some reason. The most recent victory was at a lower classification here from post 5 back on June 15th. And that was a front end win for Ryan Guy. Dan Dulude drove Skylar to a show finish here on July 13th. There's exactor, triactor, superfecta, and pick 3 wagering. And this is a good field of 7 pacers. They'll be coming on track shortly for the post parade. Don't forget, it's Race for Wishes night. If you can, please make a contribution to Make-A-Wish Canada tonight at Rideau Carleton. You can scan the QR code on the Race for Wishes sign with the white horse playing the electric guitar. And there's also other activities to raise funds tonight at the track, from the barbecue to the raffles and the auction. The goal, $30,000 to help kids with critical illness fulfill their wishes on their treatment journey. The paces are coming from the backstretch for the Race 3 Post Parade. The hard-rocking Summer Claiming Series, Leg 1, is coming up in Race 4, postponed from July 27th as the original date when that series was supposed to get underway. Stay tuned. That's Race 4, the hard-rocking Summer Claiming Series, Leg 1. I see a claim is already in on Sealaird in Race 4. The Race 3 pacers are now coming on track for the Post Parade. The Race 3 pacers are non-winners of $6,000 in their last 5 starts, also eligible $18,000 claimers. They race for a purse of $8,200. No changes in Race 3. Leading the Post Parade, the current 7-5 favorite, number 1, Perpetual Rock, owned by Gina Bragagnolo with trainer Yves Tessier, both of Quebec, and Lynn Bragagnolo of Ontario. Pascal Berube drives. 2 is Love My Rockin' Bird, owned by Limco Incorporated, Châteauguay, Quebec, trained by Vic Putty, driven by Stéphane Pouliot. 3 is Captain of Rock and Roll, owned and trained by Jacob Copley of Kenmore, Ontario, who shares ownership with Mandy Archer of Kenmore. Guy Gagnon drives. 4 is Giggity Giggity Giggity, owned by Jamie Copley of Kenmore with Barry Treen of Spencerville and Ashley Murphy of Iroquois, Ontario. Mandy Archer trains. Robert Shepard is in the sulky. 5 is Dr. Joe, owned by Limco Incorporated, Châteauguay, Quebec. Vic Putty is the trainer. Marie-Claude Auger drives. 6 is Skylar, owned, trained, and driven by Danielle Dulude of Saint-Martin, Quebec, who shares ownership with Silvio Rivari of Saint-Lazare, Quebec. And completing the field from post 7, No Sport Pun Intended, owned by Lee Cullen of Ottawa with Lloyd Howley of Cars, Ontario. Mike Armstrong trains, Ryan Guy drives. That's your field of 7 pacers for upcoming Race 3, Exactor, Triactor, Superfecta, and Pick 3 wagering. There's an equipment change on the 1 in Race 4, removing Murphy blind left. That's on Sealaird next race, with a claim entered on the 1 Sealaird in Race 4 as well. We're looking at the current favorite here in upcoming Race 3. That's my top choice. Number 1, Perpetual Rock, a strong record from the Rideau Rail. He's winless since December 8th of last year when he won at a higher classification from the same post for Pascal Berube. Perpetual Rock stepped out first over from last on the second turn July 20th for driver Ryan Guy. He flushed out self-made and then spent the remainder of the mile on the outside. He closed for show in the field and cards, co-second fastest last quarter, 27-4, and finds some post and class relief here. He looked good coming on track, the 7-year-old gelded son of Pet Rock, Perpetual Rock, 6 wins last season, and he's looking for his first in lucky number 13 tonight. It's his 13th start. Perpetual Rock, 4-5, current favorite. Some other contenders here. The 5, Dr. Joe, got away last July 20th, starting from the rail. He flushed out the winner. The class dropping Light the Torch, approaching the second turn, and then got parked out with excess cover along the backstretch. Dr. Joe was gaining ground 3 wide down the stretch and came home in the field's co-fastest closing quarter of 28-3. He is above the level of his latest win, which was July 6th for Marie-Claude Auger. Marie-Claude is back in the bike behind the 5, Dr. Joe, and he's 6-1. Captain of Rock and Roll is 5-2 from post 3 here. He was a beaten 7-5 favorite last start after getting parked early by Bayfield Beach on July 20th. Captain of Rock and Roll backed down to the pocket before the quarter and then got caught in and shuffled back as Giggity 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 led the outer flow on the backstretch. Captain of Rock and Roll also lacked racing room until the final turn. He got out for a 4-wide late rally to finish 4th in the co-fastest last quarter of 28-3. He is up in class. That's the 3, Captain of Rock and Roll. And the starter has called the field for race 3. This is your last chance to wager. The race 3 pacers are lining up. 1 is Perpetual Rock, Pascal Berube. 2, Love My Rockin' Bird, Stéphane Pouliot. 3, Captain of Rock and Roll, Guy Gagnon. 4, Giggity 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 for Robert Shepard. 5, Dr. Joe, Marie-Claude Auger. 6, Skylar, Dan Delude. On the outside 7, no sport pun intended, Ryan Guy. They're all in line on the turn. Starting car has entered the backstretch. And they're off and pacing, leaving early. Love My Rockin' Bird surging out ahead of Giggity Giggity Giggity, who gets the parking ticket. He's second from first over. Perpetual Rock pocketing up 3rd early. Continuing on, first over, that is Giggity 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 trying to steal the lead from Love My Rockin' Bird and leaving the safety of the pocket. Here comes a first over, Perpetual Rock, to come after new leader Giggity 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 in a contested opening quarter of 28 seconds flat. Still leading the way, that's Giggity 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 as Perpetual Rock grinds away on the outside for Pascal Berube and looks to clear in front of the tote board. 3rd, Love My Rockin' Bird. 2nd over from 4th, Captain of Rock and Roll. Following that cover, 3rd over from 5th, Dr. Joe getting into the mix. Then it's back to Skylar sitting along the pylon, 2nd last, and trailing the field, no sport pun intended, is 4th over at this point. They reached the halfway station in 56-3. Wow, they're really moving out there, led by Perpetual Rock and Pascal Berube, who is confronted by the first over Captain of Rock and Roll, matching strides along the backstretch and now pulling ahead, but not yet clearing. Here comes a second over, Dr. Joe, up into 3rd on the outside as Captain of Rock and Roll makes front. Dr. Joe continuing on, matching strides and sticking a neck in front. He's followed by Giggity Giggity Giggity, second over and gaining. They went by 3/4 in 1:24 and 3. Dr. Joe looking to open up on the front end over Captain of Rock and Roll. Marie-Claude Auger asking, and Dr. Joe responding. Drawing away as the wire looms ahead. Dr. Joe is a winner for Marie-Claude Auger by a widening 3 lengths over Captain of Rock and Roll. Giggity, giggity, giggity. And Perpetual Rock holds on for 4th, 1:52 and 3. A perfect trip in a race with a lot of early action. A patient Marie-Claude Auger waiting out the front end contested battles and coming on late with Dr. Joe for the going away victory. The unofficial top 4 finishers in race 3 are now posted at odds of 8-1. Number 5, Dr. Joe, pulls the upset for driver Marie-Claude Auger. Finishing second, number 3, Captain of Rock and Roll. 4, Giggity, Giggity, Giggity was third. And completing the superfecta as a 4-5 beaten favorite, number 1, Perpetual Rock, hard used early. From the top down, the unofficial top 4 in race 3, 5-3-4-1. Please hold all tickets. Now coming back to the Rideau Carleton Winner's Circle. Unofficial race 3 winner, number 5, Dr. Joe. He's a 7-year-old bay gelding by Better's Delight out of Something Incredible. Owned by Limco Incorporated, Chateauguay, Quebec. Bred by Robert McIntosh Stables Incorporated of Ontario with CSX Stables of Ohio and David Boyle of Ontario. Trained by Vic Putty. That's the first win tonight by Marie-Claude Auger, and the third win of the season for Dr. Joe, 1:52 and 3, a fifth of a second away from equaling his seasonal best. Race 3 is now official. Prices are posted for race 3, where number 5, Dr. Joe, pays $18.80 to win. The $2 5-3 exactor pays $65.70. It's $74.45 for the $1 triactor. 5-3-4 combination, and $127.55 for the $1 superfecta. 5-3-4-1 ticket. The race 3 rundown is now displayed. The 4-5 favorite, number 1, Perpetual Rock, was 4th. 2, Love My Rockin' Bird, 5th. 3, Captain of Rock and Roll, 2nd. 4, Giggity 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 was 3rd. 5, Dr. Joe, the race winner for Marie-Claude Auger. 6, Skylar was 6th. And 7, No Sport Pun Intended, 7th. From the top down, your program should read 4, 5, 2, 3, 1, 6, 7. The fractions 28 seconds flat to the opening quarter, 56 and 3 at the half, 124 and 3 at 3/4, 152 and 3 the winning mile for Dr. Joe and Marie-Claude Auger. Race 4 is coming up next. Exactor, Triactor, Superfecta, and Middle Pick 4 wagering with back-to-back long shot winners. In race 2, the 10-1 winner, Gabby Sealster, and then 8-1 winner in race 3, Dr. Joe. Several bettors, probably more than several, have been knocked out of that early pick 4, but you can start again here in race 4. The middle pick 4 spanning races 4, 5, 6, and 7. There's also Exactor, Triactor, and Superfecta wagering. And race 4 marks the opening leg of the 2025 Hard Rocking Summer Claiming Series for $10,000 claimers.
Whether you're looking for a night out, trying to catch the hottest show, or if you're just feeling lucky, Hard Rock Ottawa is the place to be.
Great to see the lively on-track crowd tonight, raising funds for Make-A-Wish Foundation of Canada, which brings wishes to life for children battling critical illnesses. Lots of ways you can donate this evening, from scanning the QR code on the Race for Wishes poster with the white horse playing the guitar, to taking part in the auction and other activities trackside. We're about 5 minutes away from Race 4. Race 4 is the 2025 Race for Wishes. There will be a blanket presentation in the winner's circle with representatives here from Hard Rock Ottawa and also, of course, Make-A-Wish Canada. The presentation blanket donated by Race for Wishes supporter and a friend of Rideau Carleton Raceway, Greenhawk. We've got that pick 4 sequence beginning here for the middle pick 4. I'm going 3 deep this race. The first leg of the hard rocking summer claiming series for the $10,000 claimers. 6-5 current favorite, figures prominently in my ticket here. You might even want to single this one to reduce the costs even more if you like. Beach Cowboy racing without Lasix from post 2 here for Robert Bernicki and Marie-Claude Auger. I'm also using the 6 Raising Sand, making a second consecutive start for Mandy Archer and Guy Gagnon. And the 7, St. Lad's Beat It, more of a long shot for Mike Armstrong and Robert Shepard, but this horse has a good history at this track, 5 wins last season. I would consider adding the 1, overlooked at 9-1 right now with a claim entered, number 1, Sea Laird. Equipment change on him, remove Murphy Blind left on the 1 in upcoming race 4. 3 deep in race 5, using the 8 Coastline for Robert Bernicki and Robert Shepard off a strong qualifier at this track, July 20th. Also the 1 Better Zone, Marie-Claude Auger for Vic Putty. This horse has some upside with the serious post relief. And the 7, Madame Panic, coming in from the stakes racing at Hippodrome 3R and reunited with Pascal Berube for trainer Daniel Martin. In race 6, just 2 horses in our feature, the preferred handicap pace, using the 5 I Am a Rocket for trainer-driver Guy Gagnon, and the 6 Mythic Gambler, Robert Shepard and Catherine Girard there. And then in race 7, the concluding leg of this middle pick 4, going to the 2 Lady for Dollar for John McMillan and Marie-Claude Auger in the second hard-rocking summer claiming series leg 1 race this evening. Also using the 3 Spectrum Sealster, who was a beaten favorite July 30th, and now coming back. Quick turnaround for Mandy Archer, this time with Guy Gagnon in the sulky in race 7. That's my ticket. Again, I would suggest considering the 1 in your ticket in race 4. Sea Laird with the claim entered and the equipment change, things that we did not know ahead of time. So that could factor in for Sea Laird here, trained by Sylvain Cote. Michel Legasse gets the driving duties tonight. Current favorite is my top selection, though, from post 2, Beach Cowboy, 8-5 right now on the tote board. As we wait for the Race 4 post parade for the Race for Wishes, which is also the first leg of the Hard Rocking Claiming Series 2025, we invite you to head to the right in front of the grandstand. Look for the grassy area and the paddock. You'll meet Silver Chris, who was owned by the founder of Rideau Carleton Raceway, the late, great George Warren Armstrong. His handler, Julie Ferguson, looking after him this evening. Silver Chris, you may have heard him neighing. He likes to look at the track. He's remembering his racing days. He's retired and 19 years old now. His last win was for driver Randy Waples and trainer Dave Maneri at Mohawk Racetrack from Post 9 back on June 8th, 2010. That was a 151-1 lifetime victory for Silver Chris, who clearly still remembers his racing days. He's mellowed out, and he loves to meet kids of all ages. Whether you've met horses before or not, go visit Silver Chris. It's a good experience. And the horses are coming on track for the Race 4 Post Parade. It's Race 4 Wishes 2025 at Rideau Carleton Raceway. It's also the opening leg of the 2025 Hard Rocking Summer Claiming Series. $10,000 claimers in leg 1 for a purse of $6,000. Leading the post parade and with one claim entered, number 1, Sea Laird, owned and trained by Sylvain Cote of Joliet, who shares ownership with co-owner driver Michel Lagacé of Terrebonne, Quebec. Sea Laird has a bridle change, remove Murphy blind left. 2 is the even money current favorite. Number 2, Beach Cowboy, racing without Lasix this evening for owner-trainer Robert Bernicki of L'Ange Gardienne, Quebec. Marie-Claude Auger looking to go back-to-back. 3 is No Time at All, owned by Jean Allaire and Gina Bragagnolo with trainer Yves Tessier, all of Quebec. Pascal Berube drives. 4 is the lone mare in the race. That's Fancy Lettering, owned, trained, and driven by John McMillan of Odessa, Ontario. 5 is Better at High Tide for owner, trainer, driver Jason Gilchrist of Prescott, Ontario. 6 is Raising Sand, owned by Darren Tingley of Wendover, Ontario. He shares ownership with Dwayne Tingley of Timberley, Nova Scotia. Mandy Archer trains. Guy Gagnon is in the bike. And completing this field from post 7, St. Lad's Beat It, owned by Patrick Dillon and Patty Hoskin of Port Hope, Ontario, trained by Mike Armstrong. Robert Shepard drives. That's your field of 7 pacers for upcoming Race 4, the Race 4 Wishes, and Hard Rocking Summer Claiming Series, leg number 1 for the $10,000 claimers. After Race 4, there will be a presentation in the winner's circle with a presentation blanket donated by Green Hawk, and the NCRHHA, the Horsemen's Association for the Rideau Carleton Horse People, will be presenting a $1,000 check as a donation to Make-A-Wish Canada as well. If you'd like to donate, we certainly encourage you, and just ask anyone working at any of the stations trackside tonight for how you can donate to Make-A-Wish Canada, help make some kids' dreams come true, children fighting critical illness right across Canada and in your community. Big on-track attendance tonight. If you're new to wagering, just head inside the grandstand, head over to the self-serve machines, and there's a teller who can help you, explaining bets, showing you how to use those machines. It's quite easy. Current favorite is the 2, 6-5 odds on number 2, Beach Cowboy, the top selection for Glenn Pearson and myself. This pacer dropping in from Mohawk. He was claimed on July 22nd, in fact, at Mohawk. This is his debut for Marie-Claude Auger and Robert Bernicki. Beach Cowboy was undefeated in 4 starts at 2 5/8 mile tracks last August, racing at Tioga Downs in New York State and Pocono in Pennsylvania. One of those wins was by placing. He did finish second, but he looks quite good here and likes the track dimension. 6-5, Beach Cowboy from post 2. We like the 6, Raising Sand, second. Raising Sand making a quick turnaround. He is a possible winner here. I think he can beat the 2 with some racing luck. He adds Guy Gagnon after closing for show on Wednesday at this track. Raising Sand settled second last on the first turn and was caught inside as the outer flow developed. He gained ground along the pylons on the second turn and circled a tiring big bully at 3/4. He was second over down the stretch in the path of the winner, Greystone Watchman, who was incidentally driven by Guy Gagnon. This is Raising Sand's debut for Guy Gagnon. 7-2 right now from post 6. Number 7, St. Lad's Beat It, was a winning 1-9 favorite as part of a stable entry. Recently, he had 3 hard-fought front-end wins. They took place last October at Rideau Carleton for trainer Patrick Dillon and drivers Ryan Guy and Stéphane Brosseau, including one of those wins from Rideau Post 7 on October 31st. He wasn't racing here recently. St. Lad's Beat It trailed Acapulco Sunburn for most of the mile, July 19th at Kawartha Downs. He's got class relief here. And this is his first start for Robert Shepard. 13-1 the odds. St. Lad's Beat It. They'll be lining up shortly for race 4, the race 4 wishes, and the start of the middle pick 4. Wagering remains open. The hard-rocking Summer Claiming Series, Leg 1, has been called behind the gate. The field is lining up now. 1 is Sea Laird, Michel Legasse. 2, Beach Cowboy, Marie-Claude Auger. 3, No Time at All, Pascal Berube. 4, Fancy Lettering, John McMillan. 5, Better at High Tide, Jason Gilchrist. 6, Raising Sand, Guy Gagnon. And on the outside, 7, St. Lad's Beat It for Robert Shepard. They're on the turn. The Pacers are on the backstretch, accelerating towards the start. They're off in Race 4 Wishes 2025, and moving out early, Beach Cowboy, but fighting back from the inside, Sea Laird, and between horses moving on, it's the mare. Fancy Lettering for John McMillan. Fighting back on the inside, though, Sea Laird putting rail advantage to full advantage, and coming alongside now, that's Raising Sand for Guy Gagnon. They're matching strides just ahead of Beach Cowboy, who sits out that early battle to a contested opening quarter of 28 seconds flat. Up front now, it is Sea Laird, and in pursuit from second, Beach Cowboy backing down to third. Raising Sand couldn't clear. First over into fourth. Here comes No Time at All. Fifth on the inside, Fancy Lettering. Sixth from second over, that is Better at High Tide. And third over from the back of the field, St. Lad's Beat It getting in gear. They're chasing Sea Laird to the halfway station, and he gets there first. 58-2, a 30-2. Second panel under siege now from Raising Sand. Sea Laird continues to lay down the fractions, gapping third on the inside. That's Beach Cowboy. Second over fourth, and gaining ground, No Time at All. Fifth along the pylons, Fancy Lettering gearing up from further back. That's Better at High Tide, dropping out of it at the back of the field. St. Lad's Beat It. They reach 3/4 in 1:26-2. Up front, Sea Laird is still on the engine, and Beach Cowboy is within range from the pocket. The first overbid of Raising Sand seems to have been concluded up the inside late. Here comes Beach Cowboy, but she's not going to eat into that lead. Sea Laird getting the win. Sea Laird over Beach Cowboy, up for show, no time at all, and finishing fourth, Raising Sand, 155 and 1. Leading the way, Sea Laird was able to get the victory in race 4 for driver Michelle Legasse, 155 and 1, holding off a late charging Beach Cowboy in a battle into deep stretch. Sea Laird coming out on top in race 4. Unofficial results are now posted for race 4 at odds of 4 to 1. Number 1, Sea Laird gets the victory for Michelle Legasse over beaten 3 to 5 favorite number 2, Beach Cowboy, who was second. Third, number 3, No Time at All. And fourth, 6, Raising Sand. 1, 2, 3, 6, the unofficial top 4 order of finish for race 4. Please hold all tickets. Now coming back to the Rideau Carleton Winner's Circle, unofficial race 4 winner, number 1, Sea Laird, capturing the 2025 Race for Wishes and leg 1, race 1 of the hard rocking summer claiming series. With a claim entered, Sea Laird winning tonight. This 9-year-old, Bay Gelding, is by Custer the Dragon out of Devil Likes It Hot, owned by Sylvain Cote of Joliette, Quebec, his trainer and driver. Michelle Legasse of Terrebonne, Quebec. Sea Laird was bred by Sea Spray Stables Limited, Nanaimo, BC. This is win number 5 of the season, 155 and 1. Right now, a blanket presentation underway in the winner's circle. Thank you to Green Hawk for that contribution to the Race for Wishes. And also, thank you to all the donors tonight, to Make-A-Wish Canada, the National Capital Region Harness Horse Association donating a check for $1,000, courtesy of President Gordon MacDonald in the winner's circle. Thank you to the National Capital Region Harness Horse Owners Association for supporting the Race for Wishes and Make-A-Wish Canada. Taylor Hittner, the Senior Development Officer from Make-A-Wish Canada, is accepting the check from Gordon MacDonald in the winner's circle. Fundraising continues throughout the evening and online, makeawish.ca. And if you're on track as part of the festivities tonight on Race for Wishes night, if you can, please make a donation in support of Make-A-Wish Canada. There were over 3,700 children facing critical illness across Canada, and they're waiting for their wish right now. And a wish, as Taylor told me, can be a turning point in a child's treatment journey. Race 4 is now official. Prices are posted in Race 4, where number 1 Sea Laird returns $10.40 to win. The $2 1-2 exactor pays $26.80. It's $36.45 for the 1-2-3 $1 triactor, and the $1 superfecta 1-2-3-6 pays $92.15. The Race 4 rundown is now posted. Number 1, Sea Laird, the race winner for Michel Legasse. 3-5 favorite number 2, Beach Cowboy was second. 3, No Time at All closed for show. 4, Fancy Lettering was fifth. 5, Better at High Tide, sixth. 6, Raising Sand, fourth. And 7, St. Lads Beat It finished seventh. From the top down, your program should read 1, 2, 3, 5, 6, 4, 7. The fractions 28 seconds to the opening quarter, 58 and 2 at the half, 126 and 2 at three quarters, 155 and 1. The win for Sea Laird in his 5th seasonal victory. Sea Laird was the only claim in the first leg of the Hard Rocking Summer Claiming Series, although we have another race coming up, race 7 this evening, also leg 1 in the Hard Rocking Summer Claiming Series. Sea Laird was claimed by owners Darren Tingley and Dwayne Tingley and will be moving to trainer Mandy Archer. Sea Laird was claimed for $10,000. Race 5 is coming up next. Exactor, Triactor, Super High Five and Pick Five wagering. For those new to betting, and we know there's a lot of you at the track this evening, newcomers to wagering or people who haven't bet in a while, a little bit of a betting refresher ahead of race 5, an exactor. You need to pick the top 2 finishers in order. The triactor, you need to pick the top 3 finishers in order. If you box the ticket, the order is interchangeable. A high five or super high five means that you're selecting the top 5 finishers in order in a given race. So here in race 5, if you get a super high five ticket, you need to pick the 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 4th, and 5th place finishers in order. If you want to mix it up a little, you can box them. You can choose various horses to finish in various positions. You don't need to pick just one horse to win. You can construct your ticket. So maybe there were 2 or 3 horses who could win the race, 2 or 3 who could finish 3rd, etc. It's a 20-cent base wager, but you can build a ticket rather inexpensively. That's your high five. The pick 5 also has a 20-cent base wager. You need to pick 5 consecutive winners. Races 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9. So the pick 5 is known as a horizontal wager. You need those 5 straight winners. And the super high five, you need to pick the top 5 finishers in order in upcoming race 5.
Busy lives make special moments that much more important with family, with colleagues, with loved ones and friends. But sometimes the circumstances change suddenly and emergency services are needed. When every second counts, would you know what to do?
St. John Ambulance is here to help with the most comprehensive first aid and CPR training programs conveniently scheduled at times that work for you. Just one course could save someone you love. Book online or call today. St. John Ambulance, saving lives at work, home, and play.
A great crowd tonight at Rideau Carleton. Thanks to everyone who showed up tonight for the Race for Wishes, won by C. Laird and driver Michel Legasse in Race 4. Race 5 coming up next starts the one and only pick 5 sequence of the card. The horses are starting to come from the paddock. To keep the cost of this pick 5 down, I have actually singled a horse with a difficult post position, but I saw a very impressive qualifier by the 8 Coastline, currently 6-1, back on July 20th, and he's a horse who knows how to win. He had 4 wins from 6 starts last year. 3-year-old gelded son of Down by the Seaside. Coming into Rideau Carleton from Woodbine Mohawk Park, where he was a beaten favorite on May 29th. It's a bit of a risk. Let's see how he can handle this post position, post 8 in a field of 8. In race 6, if we move on, I'm pretty confident that either the 5, I Am a Rocket, or Mythic Gambler captures the preferred handicap. There's no light speed to contend with. In race 7, going with the 2 and 3 in the hard-rocking Summer Claiming Series Leg 1, second race for those $10,000 claimers. The 2 Lady for Dollar for Marie-Claude Auger and John McMillan. The 3 Spectrum Sealster for Mandy Archer and Guy Gagnon. Race 8, a bit of a head-scratcher, a field of 7. I'm using the 5 Sporty Bob coming in from Grand River for Mandy Archer and Guy Gagnon, as well as the 1 Major Fernco for Vic Putty and Marie-Claude Auger. The 3 DA Let's Boogie, sensational recently for Catherine Girard and Pascal Berube. And the 2 Southwind Sambuca, who outperformed odds of 21-1 on July 30th. Stéphane Pouliot driving that Vic Putty trainee. In race 9, the concluding leg using the 5 Monty's Gone Marble, the 1 I'm a Dude, and the 2 Spring Bridge Jim. That's a $9.60 pick 5 ticket. The race 5 Pacers are coming on track. Here comes the post parade for race 5. These Pacers are non-winners of $8,500 lifetime with allowances for fillies and mares. Also eligible $20,000 claimers for non-winners of $15,000 lifetime. Non-winners of a race this year allowed $2,500. The purse is $5,800. No changes in races 5 through 9. That's the pick 5 sequence. Leading the post parade, number 1 is Better Zone, owned by a numbered Canadian corporation with Michael Horwood of Ontario and Limco Incorporated of Quebec. They share ownership with trainer Vic Putty of Ontario. Marie-Claude Auger drives. 2 is Whiskey Friday, owned by trainer Steve Germain of Ottawa. Ryan Guy drives. 3 is Muck Tuck Annie, owned by Dean Larkin of Edwards, Ontario. Mandy Archer trains. Guy Gagnon is in the sulky. 4 is Little Cassara, owned by Ross Hitchens of Westbrook, Ontario. Cara Stacey trains. Clark Stacey drives. 5 is You Wait, I'll Go First, owned by Pierre Piedalou of Saint-Alexandre, Quebec. Luc Loyer trains. William Waugh drives. 6 is Rob, owned by trainer-driver Darcy Clancy with Amanda and Richard Pelot of Ontario. The current 2-1 favorite is number 7, Madame Panic, owned by the estate of Brian Paquette of Quebec. Danielle Martin trains. Pascal Berube drives. And completing the field from post 8, Coastline, owned by Sylvain Cote and trainer Robert Bernicki of Quebec. Robert Shepard drives. That's your field of 8 Pacers for upcoming race 5 with exactor, triactor, super high 5 and pick 5 wagering. No changes in any of the pick 5 races, races 5 through 9. getting a good look at the 7, Madame Panic, the current 2-1 favorite. Favorites have not been having a great night on the pacing side in races 2, 3, or 4. But I have some confidence in the 7, Madame Panic. I'm using her in most of my tickets here. She quickly gained ground first over from last in a July 20th stake elimination at Hippodrome 3R. Madame Panic was first over third at the half, chasing the 1-9 leader Silver Majesty. She got up to second but couldn't clear, and then back down to fourth along the pylons on the second trip down the backstretch at that half-mile track. It was a very tiring trip. Madame Panic is undefeated at Rideau Carleton. She's 2 for 2, albeit at a lower classification. She got those wins back in June for the returning Pascal Berube. That's Madame Panic, post 7 tonight in race 5. Some others I'd look to here are the 8, the current 7-2 shot Coastline, making a parimutuel Rideau Carleton debut for Robert Shepard and Robert Bernicki. This one had a 4-race Hoosier Park win streak last year from various posts and trips with eye-catching margins. This is his third career start with Lasix. He qualified here on July 20th, wiring 5 other pacers from post 6. That's the 8, Coastline. Glenn Pearson favors Muck Tuck Annie for Mandy Archer and Guy Gagnon. The 3-year-old daughter of Art Speak looking for her third consecutive win. She's been getting those wins from similar post positions, posts 2 and 3. Note that it was over a good track on both occasions, July 13th and 20th. We've got a fast track tonight, and she was definitely running out of racetrack. Milo Minute would have caught Muck Tuck Annie had the race been a couple of meters longer on July 20th. So I have her further down my ticket. Glenn likes the 7, Madame Panic, in the place spot. I've got her third. Then he's going to Whiskey Friday third. In fourth, he's got the 8, Coastline, and he completes his super high 5 ticket with the 1, Better Zone, in the 5th spot. I've got it almost backwards. I've got Coastline on top. Then I'm going to the 1, Better Zone, the 7, Madame Panic. I like Muck Tuck Annie, but I don't see the front end trip holding up here. She might want to cut the mile, but I think she's very vulnerable if she makes front. She is the 6-5 favorite right now, and Guy Gagnon and Mandy Archer can work miracles. So Muck Tuck Annie could be better than I'm putting her in my ticket. To complete this ticket, I'm going to the Kawartha Downs Invader, number 6, Rob, for Darcy Clancy. This horse actually likes this track. His 1 going away victory came from the Rideau Rail, October 1st, 2023 for Darcy Clancy. The starter has called the field for race 5. This is your final chance to play the pick 5 tonight at Rideau Carleton. One and only pick 5 tonight. The field is lining up in front of the grandstand for race 5. 1 is Better Zone, Marie-Claude Auger. 2, Whiskey Friday, Ryan Guy. 3, Muck Tuck Annie for Guy Gagnon, the 6-5 current favorite. 4, Little Cassara, Clark Stacy. 5, You Wait, I'll Go First for William Waugh. 6 is Rob for Darcy Clancy. 7, Madame Panic, Pascal Berube. And on the outside, number 8, Coastline for Robert Shepard. They're on the turn and on a break. That's Madame Panic has pulled up on the first turn. Starting gate has continued on. That is the 7, Madame Panic, who is pulled up. We have a recall. The starter has called a recall for race 5. Wagering remains open. Wagering remains open on race 5. The AGCO judges have informed me that number 7, Madame Panic, may have had broken equipment before the start. She's approaching the backstretch. Looks like she's going to be checked out for broken equipment. Pascal Berube out of the sulky. Number 7, Madame Panic, pulled up on the turn, causing the recall. She looks to be okay. Berube is back in the sulky behind the 7, Madame Panic. They'll be going behind the gate again shortly. If you weren't able to get your tickets for race 5, you've got a few moments grace. There's exactor, triactor, super high 5 and pick 5 wagering here. If you didn't have a chance to wager earlier, there's still time. And we only have one pick 5 tonight at Rideau Carleton. It's rare that you see a pick 5 anywhere where there are 0 changes in the sequence. Races 5 through 9, no changes. This field will be lining up again momentarily after the recall. And the starter has called them once again. The race 5 pacers are lining up to kick off the pick 5. 1 is Better Zone, 2 Whiskey Friday, 3 Muktuk Annie, 4 Little Casara, 5 You Wait, I'll Go First, 6 Rob, 7 Madame Panic, and on the outside number 8 Coastline for Robert Shepard. They're all lined up except Better Zone, gapping a little, and also the outside 2, Madame Panic and Coastline. Couple of lengths off the gate as it turns on to the backstretch, approaching the start for race 5 and the pick 5. They're off and pacing. It's a staggered start and moving to take early command. Clark Stacy asking Little Casara to clear Muktuk Annie, and she does so, but grudgingly, because Moktuk Annie is fighting back, preventing Little Casara from landing on the lead. Little Casara fighting hard, though. She's there now, and out to circle. Moktuk Annie for Guy Gagnon has left the safety of the pocket and charges up alongside that leader past a 28-1 first panel. That's the favorite, Moktuk Annie, leading, opening up by a couple of lengths over Little Casara. Following from third, that's Whiskey Friday. Moving up first over into fourth, Madame Panic. Fifth on the inside is You Wait, I'll Go First. Second over sixth is Better Zone. Following that cover, Rob is out from the back of the field as they head around the second turn, led to the half by Moktuk Annie. She got there in 57-3. They're stacking up further back, coming alongside the leader. Whiskey Friday is challenging Moktuk Annie on the backstretch, sitting third. That's Little Casara. Second over and fourth, but gapping cover, Madame Panic to her inside fifth. You Wait, I'll Go First. Third over and moving into sixth, that's Rob in traffic. A big three-wide move from the back of the field. Coastline underway, shuffled out to last, Madame Panic, and to her inside a non-factor, Better Zone. They went by three quarters, 125-3, stacking up again for the stretch drive, trying to see this through on the front end, but on fumes. Moktuk Annie confronted by challengers on the inside. Little Casara, a big wide move. You Wait, I'll Go First. Chase to the wire. It's You Wait, I'll Go First who gets there over a fast closing coastline. It looked like Moktuk Annie over Whiskey Friday for show, 155-4. A thrilling race with Moktuk Annie on the front end and struggling late under the pressure of the closers. Flying on the outside. You Wait, I'll Go First. Getting the win ahead of the fast closing Coastline, who edged out Moktuk Annie for the place spot in this 155-4 battle to the wire. Unofficial results are now posted for race 5, the unofficial top 5 finishers in this high 5 race. Getting the victory, fittingly, from post 5, it's You Wait, I'll Go First for William Waugh at 5-1. Finishing second, even money favorite at the last flash, number 8, Coastline, ahead of 3, Moktuk Annie, who was the 6-5 favorite right before the start. Then 2, Whiskey Friday was 4th, and completing the high 5 at long odds, number 4, Little Casara was 5th. 5, 8, 3, 2, 4, the unofficial top 4 order of finish in race 5. Please hold all tickets. Now coming back to the Rideau Carleton Winner's Circle, unofficial race 5 winner from post 5. You Wait, I'll Go First. He's a 3-year-old bay gelding by Shadow Play out of New Rider, owned by Pierre Pierrelou. of Saint Alexandre, Quebec. You Wait, I'll Go First was bred by Winback Farm, Chesapeake City, Maryland. Trained by Luc Loyer. Driven to victory by William Mois. That's win number 3 of the year. 155-4, a new lifetime mark for You Wait, I'll Go First, pulling the 5-1 upset in race 5. Race 5 results are now official. Prices are posted for race 5, where number 5, You Wait, I'll Go First, returns $12.40 to win. The 5/8 $2 exactor pays $58 and change. The $1 pick 4, 4-5-1-5, pays out on 3 of 4, $237.20. That's the $1 pick 4. The $1 triactor 583 pays $64.65. 3 of 3 in the 20-cent pick 3 here, $263.59 for the 515 pick 3 combination. And that 20-cent super high 5 paid out $366.45 for the 583-24 high 5 combination. The race 5 rundown is now displayed. Number 1, Better Zone finished 6th. 2, Whiskey Friday was 4th. 3, Muck Tuck Annie 3rd. 4, Little Casara was 5th at odds of 35-1. 5, You Wait, I'll Go First, the 5-1 upset winner for William Waugh. 6, Rob ended up 7th. 7, Madame Panic ended up 8th. And the even money favorite at the last flash, number 8, Coastline, was a hard-charging 2nd. From the top down, your program should read 6, 4, 3, 5, 1, 7, 8, 2. The fractions, 28-1, 57-3, 125-3, 155-4. And that's a new lifetime best for You Wait, I'll Go First. race 6 is coming up. Race 6 offering a wagering menu with exactor, triactor, superfecta, and late pick 4 wagering. It's our preferred handicap feature, a field of 6. There's no light speed in this field. Our reigning horse of the year is not in the mix, making it a more competitive affair. 9-5 current favorite from post 6, Mythic Gambler for Catherine Girard and Robert Shepard. I'm also using the 5, I Am a Rocket for trainer-driver Guy Gagnon to kick off this pick 4 sequence starting in upcoming race 6. Going 2 deep in race 7 using the 2 and 3 there, Lady for Dollar and Spectrum Sealster. Race 8, 4 horses. I've got the 5 there, Sporty Bob, sort of an unknown quantity coming in from Mandy Archer and Guy Gagnon from Grand River. He was a winner there in his last start for Garrett Rooney, so we'll give him a try, but also using the 1, Major Fernco, coming from Mohawk for Vic Putty and Marie-Claude Auger. The 3, D.A. Let's Boogie, has been at Rideau for Catherine Girard and Pascal Berube and has not missed the exactor since June 29th. He's a must-use in any ticket involving race 8. Also using the 2 there, Southwind Sambuca, although Marie-Claude Auger has chosen the 1, Major Fernco. This is the Vic Putty stablemate and was 4th. Very good trip, good effort. 1:54 and 2 individual mile on July 30th at odds of 21-1. And in race 9, the concluding leg, I went 5 deep here. I found it tough to decipher. The 2, Springbridge Jim, is kind of a wild card. He's got class relief, very infrequent winner. 1 for 12 this year, 2 for 28 last year. I threw him in, but I like Monty's Gone Marble on top there for John McMillan and Marie-Claude Auger. Also using the 1, I'm a Dude for trainer-driver Stéphane Pouliot. He loves that post. The 3, Arizona Jackson, looking good for Kara and Clark Stacy, but he's an infrequent winner as well. And then the 4, Moonlight Boy. He's 0 for 3 this year. He's meant business when he's dropped into Rideau Carleton in the past, although not for driver Danielle Laflamme driving him tonight. So that's a $16 ticket, a 20-cent base wager pick 4, beginning in upcoming race 6. The Pacers are approaching the track for the post parade. Here comes the race 6 post parade for our preferred handicap pace feature. Race 6 pacers coming on track for the top class of the night, the preferred handicap pace, featuring a purse of $10,000. Leading the post parade, number 1, Beef and Cheddar, owned by trainer Wayne Catherwood of Brinston, Ontario. Marie-Claude Auger is in the sulky. 2 is Duck Dynasty, owned by a numbered Quebec corporation of Gloucester, Ontario, along with Santo Barilla of Metcalfe, Ontario. Stéphane Pouliot trains and drives. 3 is Stonebridge Hermes for owner-trainer Jacques Baudouin of Manotick, Ontario. He's in line to Ryan Guy. 4 is Betts Beach, owned by Gina Bragagnolo with trainer Yves Tessier, both of Trois-Rivières, Quebec, and they share ownership with Jean Allaire of Montreal. Pascal Berube drives. The 5, I Am a Rocket, is owned by Louise Ricard of Gatineau, Quebec. Guy Gagnon trains and drives. And the current 4 to 5 favorite from Post 6 is Mythic Gambler, owned by Cozen Farms, La Prairie, Quebec. Trained by Catherine Girard, Robert Shepard is in the bike. That's a strong field of 6 for the upcoming preferred handicap pace with exactor, triactor, superfecta, and pick 4 wagering. If you were knocked out of the pick 5 in race 5, you can start again here. Start fresh with a pick 4 in race 6. And if you're superstitious, it was the 5 that won race 5. And we've got a 4 to 5 favorite in race 6 from Post 6. That is Mythic Gambler, now displayed on screen. Mythic Gambler has emerged as a rival to our reigning horse of the year, the Lightspeed. Mythic Gambler was a beaten even money favorite who advanced 4th over along the backstretch in the July 20th Rideau Carleton Preferred Handicap. Mythic Gambler was 3 wide for the stretch drive as the Lightspeed landed on the lead. He chased him right to the wire, coming home in the field's fastest closing quarter of 28-1 over a good racing surface with a 1-second variant. That's the number 6 here, Mythic Gambler, a current 4 to 5 favorite. Is he beatable? That's the question. Guy Gagnon has a very good record when driving I Am a Rocket, who has Post 5 here. He's at odds of 5 to 2 right now. I Am a Rocket has 5 wins this year, all when Guy Gagnon was driving. One of those wins was at the preferred handicap level when the Lightspeed was not in the field. I Am a Rocket is a deep closer, and I think that's a fair price. He's on top of my ticket. He's Glenn Pearson's second choice. Glenn likes number 6. Mythic Gambler on top. Both of us have the 4, Betts Beach, in the show spot, and the 1, Beef and Cheddar, 4th in our superfectas. Betts Beach sat single file 3rd behind the pace-setting Day Delight early July 20th. He was gapping 3rd on the backstretch and tipped 1st over at 3/4. He actually drew alongside Day Delight in the stretch, finishing a strong 2nd in the fastest individual mile of his life, 1:51.4 individual clocking. He came home in the co-fastest last quarter that race, pacing a 27.4 last panel. He is up in class. That's the 4, Betts Beach, 6 to 1 right now. 5 to 1 on number 1, Beef and Cheddar, who went head-to-head against the fast-leaving Duck Dynasty in the July 20th preferred handicap. He got parked outside of that pace setter to 3/4 and faded after being circled by the Lightspeed. He's got post relief. He adds Marie-Claude Auger, and there's no Lightspeed. Number 1, Beef and Cheddar, might be better than the 4th that Glenn and I have him in our tickets. However you see it, it's time to play it. They're about to line up for race 6, starting another pick 4 sequence. The starter has called the field for the race 6 preferred handicap pace. They're lining up in front of the grandstand for race 6. 1 is Beef and Cheddar, Marie-Claude Auger. 2, Duck Dynasty, Stéphane Pouliot. 3, Stonebridge Hermes, Ryan Guy. 4, Betts Beach, Pascal Berube. 5, I Am a Rocket, Guy Gagnon. And from post 6, the current 3 to 5 favorite, Mythic Gambler, for Robert Shepard. They're on the turn. They're on the backstretch. And lined up for the start. They're off and pacing. That's Beef and Cheddar accelerating from the inside to take charge for Marie-Claude Auger, backing down to settle second. That's Duck Dynasty. In third, it's a first over bid from I Am a Rocket. Deciding against the pocket, Duck Dynasty and Stéphane Pouliot are out there in the 2 wide path, and that's I Am a Rocket working out a 3 wide early adventure for Guy Gagnon to the opening quarter in a sharp 27 seconds flat. Hard used early. I Am a Rocket yet to clear, which he does just now in front of the grandstand. I Am a Rocket now a length and a half ahead of Beef and Cheddar, following from third Duck Dynasty, fourth Mythic Gambler, fifth Stonebridge Hermes, and trailing the field Betts Beach as they head around the second turn. It's I Am a Rocket in control at the halfway point, and he got there in 55 and 2, keeping ahead of the loose pocket sitter Beef and Cheddar. Still following from third along the pylons, Duck Dynasty up into fourth on the outside, and advancing along the backstretch, that's Mythic Gambler. Looks like a broken head pole hanging from Duck Dynasty. Some broken equipment there. He's backing up. Coming on into second from first over, Mythic Gambler trying to hunt down the pace-setting I Am a Rocket past a 1:22 and 4, 3/4 clocking. It's shaping up for a battle down the stretch. Stonebridge Hermes is charging late behind these two. Guy Gagnon is asking for more. I Am a Rocket under pressure from Mythic Gambler. Mythic Gambler draws alongside, sticks ahead in front, and continues on for Robert Shepard. It's a win by a half length for Mythic Gambler. Finishing second, I Am a Rocket over Stonebridge Hermes and Betts Beach, 151 and 1. Wow. What a stretch battle. I Am a Rocket was really extended trying to make front at the opening quarter, and then he was called on again in the stretch and just was a little more leg weary than the late charging Mythic Gambler, getting up for win number 5 of the season, a fifth of a second away from equaling his seasonal mark, 151 and 1. The AGCO judges have informed me that they're looking at whether the 2 Duck Dynasty had broken equipment before the start. He seemed to have a head pole that was loose on the back stretch, approaching 3/4. So the judges are reviewing when that took place and whether it affected the race. The unofficial top 4 order of finish is now posted for race 6 at 1 to 5 final odds. Number 6, Mythic Gambler, gets the win for Robert Shepard. Over 5, I Am a Rocket, who held on for place ahead of the 21 to 1 show finisher. Number 3, Stonebridge Hermes, and completing the Superfecta ticket, number 4, Betts Beach, was 4th. 6-5, 3-4. The unofficial top 4 finishers in race 6. The inquiry posted again pertains to number 2, Duck Dynasty. Judges looking at whether he had broken equipment before or after the start of race 6. Please hold all tickets. As we wait for race 6 to go official and wait for winner Mythic Gambler to come back to the winner's circle, a reminder, if you're having fun tonight on track at Race for Wishes night, the fun continues next Sunday with Family Fun Day starting at 5 p.m. Something for the whole family at Rideau Carleton Raceway here on Sunday, August 10th. The judges have just informed me that number 2, Duck Dynasty, did finish with broken equipment, but there is no placing and nothing to look into because the broken equipment happened after the start. It was not the result of interference. Duck Dynasty did finish with broken equipment, but there will be no refund, no placings. We're looking at the winner now, the unofficial winner of race 6, back in the winner's circle. Number 6, Mythic Gambler, a 7-year-old bay gelding by Better's Delight out of Mythical, owned by Cozen Farms, La Prairie, Quebec, bred by White Birch Farm of Allentown, New Jersey, trained by Catherine Gerard, driven by Robert Shepard. That's win number 5 of the season. 151-1, an impressive effort for Mythic Gambler, a 1-5 winning favorite for a reason in race 6, which has now gone official. Prices are now posted for race 6. Number 6, Mythic Gambler, returns $2.50 to win. The $2.65 exactor pays $5.70. It's $12.75 for the $1 try, 6-5-3 combination, and $29.55 for the $1 superfecta. 6-5-3-4 is the winning superfecta ticket. The race 6 rundown is now displayed. Number 1, Beef and Cheddar, ended up 6th. 2, Duck Dynasty finished 5th with broken equipment after the start. 3, Stonebridge Hermes was 3rd. 4, Betts Beach finished 4th. 5, I Am a Rocket was 2nd after a game 2-move effort for Guy Gagnon. And the 1-5 favorite came through for the betting public from post 6 and driver Robert Shepard, Mythic Gambler, in an impressive 151-1 mile. From the top down, your program should read 653421. The fractions 27 flat to the opening quarter, 55 and 2 at the half, 122 and 4 at 3/4, 151 and 1 for Mythic Gambler and Robert Shepard in the preferred handicap pace. Race 7 is coming up next. It's leg 1, race 2 in the Hard Rocking Summer Claiming Series for the $10,000 claimers. It's a series that was going to start on the 27th, but we were canceled due to electrical issues. So this is the first leg tonight. These $10,000 claimers racing for some great purse money, and we've got a final and consolation coming up later this month with some nice purses, a $20,000 final and a $8,000 consolation with no claiming in either of those finals of the Hard Rocking Summer Claiming Series 2025. Race 7, we've got Spectrum Sealster as Glenn's top selection over the 1, Dr. Mickey, then going to the 2, Lady for Dollar, and the 5, Mockart in Motion. I've got the 2, Lady for Dollar, on top of my ticket, Spectrum Sealster in the place spot, then the 4, Sun Chip, and the 5, Mockart in Motion. There's Exactor, Triactor, Pick 3, and Superfecta Wagering. No changes in Race 7. As the Pacers come towards the track for the Race 7 Post Parade, a little more information about Family Fun Day coming up at Rideau Carleton on Sunday, August 10th, so that's next Sunday. There's face painting, a bouncy castle. The Bill Galvin Racing Alliance will be on track with the VR harness racing goggles. You can experience what it's like to drive a racehorse in a harness race. And I've also been told that our track photographer, Benta Nielsen, has arranged for a couple of races of a different kind. We've got 2 different dog races happening. The Wiener Dogs and the Corgis will be having their chance to gallop down the stretch on Family Fun Day. Doors open 5 p.m. for this family-friendly event, and there will be a live card of harness racing later on as well. August 10th, next Sunday at Rideau Carleton. Here come the Race 7 Pacers for the Post Parade in the hard-rocking Summer Claiming Series Leg 1. For $10,000 claimers, this is the second event of the night for the hard-rocking Summer Claiming Series. The race for a purse of $6,000. No changes in races 7 through 9. This pick 3 sequence beginning in race 7, and also no claims entered in race 7. Number 1 is Dr. Mickey, owned and trained by Paul Laframboise of L'Ange Gardienne, Quebec. Ryan Guy is in the sulky. 4 to 5 favorite from post 2, Lady for Dollar, owned and trained by John McMillan of Odessa, Ontario. Marie-Claude Auger drives. Second choice on the tote board right now, number 3, Spectrum Sealster, owned by the Max Webster stable of Inverness, Nova Scotia, trained by Mandy Archer. Guy Gagnon drives. 4 is Sunchip, owned by Patrick Dillon and Patty Hoskin of Port Hope, Ontario. They share ownership with Steve McGill of Bewdley, Ontario. Mike Armstrong trains. Pascal Berube drives. 5 is Mock Art in Motion, owned by Kristen Trudeau of Gatineau, Quebec, trained by Stéphane Meyer. Mike Healy drives. Completing this field from post 6, The Colt, owned by Gord Lee of Odessa, Ontario, who shares ownership with Mackenzie Lee of Amherst View, Ontario. Gord Lee, also the trainer, Robert Shepard, looking for his second consecutive win from post 6. That's our field for race 7 with exactor, triactor, superfecta, and pick 3 wagering in the hard-rocking Summer Claiming Series. This is a good-looking group of $10,000 claimers. The 4 to 5 favorite is my top choice here, number 2, Lady for Dollar, who got away 5th from the trailing post July 20th for the returning Marie-Claude Auger. He was caught in and shuffled to 7th approaching the second turn, and then covered up 5th inside of Tough Cooper on the final turn. Lady for Dollar was flying late up the inside path and has 5 20-25 wins, racing on or near the front end for Marie-Claude Auger and owner-trainer John McMillan. 4 to 5 right now. That's the 2, Lady for Dollar. Also shown on screen, the second choice among the bettors, a beaten 1 to 2 favorite last start. Number 3, Spectrum Sealster, is making a quick turnaround. He was caught second over 4th on the first turn Wednesday as Saskabush Steve battled pace setting well worth the wait. Spectrum Sealster landed on the lead in front of the grandstand and fought the first over challenger 88 Fingers Louie along the backstretch and final turn. Both of them were overtaken in the final strides by the 3-wide winner, Make It Come True. Guy Gagnon now driving number 3, Spectrum Sealster. 11 to 1, make that 12 to 1 now on number 4, Sunchip, who likes this track. This horse has been here and won in the past. He got away single file fourth in a well-spaced field June 14th at Kawartha Downs. He came first over from fourth at the half, then stalled at 3/4 and retreated to last. He's up in class, but he won his only previous start for driver Pascal Berube at Rideau Carleton on November 24th of last year from the second tier, and he beat Beef and Cheddar to do it. That's the 4, Sunchip. Starter has called the field for race 7. Still time to play the pick 3 sequence that kicks off here. Leg 1 of the hard-rocking summer claiming series. Lining up for race 7, 1 is Dr. Mickey, driver Ryan Guy, 2 Lady for Dollar, Marie-Claude Auger, 3 Spectrum Sealster, now the 4-5 favorite for Guy Gagnon, 4 Sunchip, Pascal Berube, 5 Mockart in Motion, Mike Healy, and on the outside, number 6 is the Colt for Robert Shepard. They're on the turn and headed on to the Rideau Carleton backstretch. The inside 2, timing the gate. They're off and pacing, a perfect start and a battle brewing early. Lady for Dollar and Dr. Mickey are taking it to each other on the first turn. Settling third to watch and wait behind them, that's Spectrum Sealster. Stretched out momentarily, but now landing on the lead for Marie-Claude Auger, that's Lady for Dollar. Controlling things as Dr. Mickey sits the pocket, and from third, it's Spectrum Sealster ahead of the Colt, sitting fourth to the 27-3 opening quarter. Leading the way down the stretch, that's Lady for Dollar, keeping a length ahead of next closest Dr. Mickey. From third, Spectrum Sealster. Fourth along the inside, the Colt, who is now flushed out and flushing out Spectrum Sealster as well, it looks like. Coming from last, a third over, Mockart in Motion, now has excess cover approaching the half and getting the shuffle caught in at the back of the field. That's Sunchip. They got to the half in 57-2, a 29-4 second panel for the pace setter. Lady for Dollar now facing serious first over pressure from Spectrum Sealster, matching strides on the outside, while Dr. Mickey continues to race third, gapping cover, second over in fourth, that's the Colt, fifth on the inside, that's Sunchip, and trying to get something going 3 wide from last. Mockart in Motion, 125 and 1 3/4, and this isn't settled yet. Spectrum Sealster still first over as Lady for Dollar continues to lead at the top of the stretch. Lady for Dollar being confronted by the pocket-sitting Dr. Mickey in the final strides. Dr. Mickey and Ryan Guy alongside Lady for Dollar, and Dr. Mickey pulls the upset. Lady for Dollar second. It looked like Sunchip may have been up for show ahead of Mockart in Motion. 154 and 3. Dr. Mickey enjoyed a perfect trip sitting out. The drama, the front-end trip that Lady for Dollar endured in race 7. Dr. Mickey called upon late by Ryan Guy was able to get past that favorite and get the win. His second of the season. 1:54.3, his fastest of the year. Dr. Mickey pulls the 10-1 upset in race 7. The unofficial top 4 order of finishes now displayed. 1, Dr. Mickey and Ryan Guy getting that head scratcher of a win, although it was a perfectly calculated trip. Finishing second was 2, Lady for Dollar, an early favorite. 4, Sun Chip, closed at 19-1 and got up for show ahead of the 5, Mock Art in Motion. 1, 2, 4, 5, the unofficial top 4 finishers in race 7. Please hold all tickets. Continuing on his way past the winner's enclosure, the camera shy number 1, Dr. Mickey, now coming back for driver Ryan Guy. Dr. Mickey capturing his second win of the season in a seasonal best, 1:54.3 in race 7, leg 1 of the hard-rocking summer claiming series. There he is. Dr. Mickey, a 7-year-old bay gelding by Always Be Mickey out of Encore Deo. Owned and trained by Paul Laframboise of L'Ange Gardien, Quebec. Bred by Steve Jones of Montgomery, New York. Ryan Guy, the winning driver behind number 1, Dr. Mickey. Congratulations. Race 7 is now official. Prices are posted for race 7. Number 1, Dr. Mickey returns $22.70 to win. The $2 1-2 exactor pays $49.10. The 20-cent pick 4, 1561, 4 of 4, $725.92. The $1 try, 124. The race 7 rundown is now posted. Number 1, Dr. Mickey, the race winner. A 10-1 upset for driver Flyin' Ryan Guy. 2, Lady for Dollar was second, 1-5 favorite at the last flash. Number 3, Spectrum Sealster ended up 5th. 4, Sunchip closed for show at odds of 19-1. 5, Mock Art in Motion was 4th, and 6, The Colt finished 6th. From the top down, your program should read 1, 2, 5, 3, 4, 6. The fractions 27 and 3, 57 and 2, 125 and 1, 154 and 3. The fastest win of the season for Dr. Mickey. Happy engagement to Kat and Chris. Hopefully enjoying their evening at Rideau Carleton, maybe getting some winners and finding each other. I guess that's a win. So happy engagement. All the best to Kat and Chris from all of us at Rideau Carleton. Race 8 is coming up next with Exactor, Triactor, Superfecta, and a final Pick 4 sequence on the wagering menu. It's been tough sledding tonight. The current favorite is one of 2 that I'm using in this first leg of the final Pick 4. Going to 1, Major Fernco for Vic Putty and Marie-Claude Auger. Also using the 5, Sporty Bob from Andy Archer and Guy Gagnon. This one coming in after a win at Grand River. Converted to 5/8 mile dimensions. And that win was on July 28th. In race 9, going 3 deep there with the 5, Monty's Gone Marble. Also Marie-Claude Auger for trainer John McMillan. The 1, I'm a Dude for Stéphane Pouliot, can be dangerous from the inside post. And then using the 2, the Wildcard Springbridge Gym. Wildcards having a good night tonight. Some infrequent winners and maidens getting victories over more seasoned horses with more wins to their name. Something to keep in mind. It's a good night for long shots. Race 10 going 3 deep there with the 6, Shotgun Jerry for Stéphane Pouliot dropping down from the preferred level. The 1, Day Delight for Vic Putty and Marie-Claude Auger. This one, the hottest horse on the grounds, really below the preferred level this season with 5 wins in sub-152 style. Also using the 4 in race 10. And then moving on to race 11 with 4 horses there. The 1, Always Your Way. The 3, PL Rinchenia. The 6, Gascoigne Sunday. And the 4, Red Cape Party. That's a tough race for non-winners of $200 per start in their last 10. Something to keep in mind. They're all on the light on win side. There's also an equipment change in race 11 on the 3, PL Rinchenia, going blind to blinkers. And in race 10, an equipment change. 2 of them on the 2, RJ's Super Freak, blinkers to open, and Ad Murphy on the right. In race 10 on the 2, RJ's Super Freak. So those equipment changes in the last 2 legs of this late Pick 4. Race 8 Pacers coming on track for the post parade. They are non-winners of $4,500 in their last 5 starts, or $655 per start in 2025. Also eligible non-winners of $30,000 lifetime, and also eligible $15,000 claimers. They compete for a purse of $7,000 in upcoming Race 8. Current 1-2 favorite from Post 1, Major Fernco, owned by Limco Incorporated, Châteauguay, Quebec, trained by Vic Putty. Marie-Claude Auger drives. 2 is Southwind Sambuca, owned by Gordon MacDonald of Ottawa with Christopher Boland of St. John's, Newfoundland, trained by Vic Putty. Stéphane Pouliot drives. 3 is D.A. Let's Boogie, owned by Cozen Farms, La Prairie, Quebec. Catherine Girard trains. Pascal Berube drives. 4 is Well Worth the Wait, trained by Brian Scott, owned by Catherine and Lauren Scott of Brinston, Ontario, and driven by Ryan Guy. 5 is Sporty Bob for Jamie Copley of Kenmore, Ontario, trainer Mandy Archer and driver Guy Gagnon. 6 is J.J. Xavier, adding Lasix. He is owned and trained by John McMillan of Odessa, Ontario. Robert Shepard drives. And completing the field from Post 7, Woodmere Gaelic, owned by Antonio DeMario and Antonio Belfiore of Sudbury with Melanie Leach of Kemptville, Ontario. Steve Belil trains and Clark Stacey is in the bike. That's your field of 7, no changes for upcoming Race 8. Exactor, Triactor, Superfecta, and final pick 4 wagering. As mentioned, if you're playing the pick 4, pay attention to equipment changes in race 10 on the 2 RJ's Super Freak and the 3 PL Rinchenia, the 3 in race 11. No other changes in this sequence. We're looking at the 4-5 favorite from the rail, Major Fernco. Major Fernco is dropping in from Mohawk for his first ever start at this track. He was advancing uncovered from 4th past a 25-4 opening quarter at Mohawk on July 28th. He made front only to get circled by the 9-5 favorite Dirty Little Piglet at the half. Major Fernco got caught in 4th at the top of the stretch and then faded further down the stretch. This is his 3rd start for trainer Vic Putty, and he's got class relief here. From the rail, Major Fernco. The 5 Sporty Bob looks good here. He's making a debut for Guy Gagnon and Mandy Archer. Sporty Bob followed leader Magical Arthur from single file 5th on July 28th at 5/8 mile Grand River Raceway. He brushed along the backstretch and drew away from the pace setter in the final strides in a seasonal best 153-2 victory. He's up in class here, but could be one of the upsets. At 5-2 right now, Sporty Bob on a night of some real prices here at Rideau Carleton. Glenn is looking to the rail, though. Major Fernco getting his support, a 5-time winner from 21 starts this season, and coming in from Mohawk, often a winning angle for class-dropping horses. I've got him 2nd, going to Sporty Bob on top. Glenn's got him 3rd in the ticket. Both of us also using the 3 DA Let's Boogie. Glenn has that 3-year-old Dancin' Lou gelding in the place spot. I'm using him 3rd behind Major Fernco. And to complete the superfecta, Glenn's got the 17-1 long shot, number 4, Well Worth the Wait, who doesn't really deserve that price. It's kind of, wow, 20-1 on the 4, well worth the wait. He's 0 for 12 this season, but he also hasn't missed the board since June 15th for a variety of drivers. So might be a smart horse to include. One that I liked last outing, 15-1 right now from post 2, is fourth in my ticket. Southwind Sambuca, 2 wins this season and a huge trip at odds of 21-1 last start. He's making a quick turnaround. Southwind Sambuca getting some class relief. First over from last to the quarter pole, brushing along the backstretch to chase Fox Hunt and edged out for show in deep stretch. The starter has called the field for race 8. Last chance tonight to play the pick 4 at Rideau Carleton. Field is lining up in front of the grandstand. 1 is Major Fernco, Marie-Claude Auger. 2, Southwind Sambuca, Stéphane Pouliot. 3, D.A. Let's Boogie, Pascal Berube. 4, Well Worth the Wait, Ryan Guy. 5, Sporty Bob for Guy Gagnon. 6, J.J. Xavier, Robert Shepard. And 7, Woodmere Gaelic, Clark Stacey. They're on the turn. All in line except D.A. Let's Boogie, just about a length behind the others. Starting gate is turned on the backstretch. They're off and pacing, leaving from the inside Major Fernco for Marie-Claude Auger and giving early chase Southwind Sambuca and Sporty Bob. They're stacked 3 high. Sporty Bob moving on for Guy Gagnon to challenge the pace-setting Major Fernco on the first turn. Settling into third behind them, keeping pace Southwind Sambuca further back in fourth. That's Well Worth the Wait. And then fifth behind him, gapping slightly. That's J.J. Xavier to the opening quarter. 27-1, a hot pace, and it's being set by Major Fernco coming down the stretch, keeping a length ahead of the pocket sitting Southwind Sambuca, settling third, Well Worth the Wait, and then in fifth it's Sporty Bob. First over into fifth, D.A. Let's Boogie doing just that for Pascal Berube. Following that cover from last, second over, Woodmere Gaelic caught in near the back of the field. Sporty Bob getting the shuffle, and last at this point, J.J. Xavier. They went to the half in 57 flat, still led by the freewheeling Major Fernco, maintaining a length and a half advantage now over the pocket-sitting Southwind Sambuca. Caught in as first over, D.A. Let's Boogie stalls approaching 3/4. He's backing down, looking live from fourth, but caught inside. Well Worth the Wait approaching 3/4 and getting there in 125 flat. Major Fernco now under pressure from Southwind Sambuca, who has left the safety of the pocket for Stéphane Pouliot and gives chase at the top of the stretch. Looking for room up the inside. Well Worth the Wait is charging late. Major Fernco needing the wire, but he's going to get the win. Close for place between Southwind Sambuca and Well Worth the Wait, 153-1. On a night where the favorites have often struggled, Major Fernco did not. Marie-Claude Auger piloting him to victory from the rail, 153-1. Close for second. Also very close in the battle between D.A. Let's Boogie and J.J. Xavier for fourth and fifth. It's between Southwind Sambuca and Well Worth the Wait for second and third. What's clear is Major Fernco, the race winner in race 8. Unofficial top 4 order of finish for race 8 is now displayed, going off as 1-2 favorite. Major Fernco gets the win for Marie-Claude Auger. Second, at odds of 16-1, was the stablemate Southwind Sambuca, edging out number 4, well worth the wait, 30-1, and finishes third for Ryan Guy. Completing the superfecta, finishing fourth, was the 3, DA Let's Boogie. 1, 2, 4, 3, the unofficial top 4 finishers in race 8. Please hold all tickets. Now returning to the Rideau Carleton Winner's Circle. Unofficial Race 8 winner, number 1, Major Fernco, a 9-year-old bay gelding by Art Major out of Sniper's Lair, owned by Limco Incorporated of Chateauguay, Quebec. Bred by B.W. Ferns and M.J. Swain of Winton, New Zealand. Trained by Vic Putty. Driven to victory by Marie-Claude Auger. That's win number 6 of the season for Major Fernco, 153-1. Race 8 is now official. Prices are posted for Race 8, where number 1, Major Fernco, returns $3.10 to win. The $2 1-2 exactor pays $21.20. It's $97.05 for the $1 triactor 1-2-4 combination, and $246.75 if you had that $1 superfecta 1-2-4-3. The race 8 rundown is now on your screens. 1-2 favorite, number 1, Major Fernco, earns Marie-Claude Auger her second driving win of the night. 2, Southwind Sambuca, edged out, well worth the wait for place. 3, DA Let's Boogie, edged out JJ Xavier to finish 4th. 4, well worth the wait, was a really good third at 30-1. 5, Sporty Bob ended up 7th. 6, JJ Xavier was 5th. And 7, Woodmere Gaelic 6th. From the top down, your program should read 1, 2, 4, 3, 7, 5, 6. The fractions 27 and 1, 57 flat, 125 flat, 153 and 1. The winning mile for Major Fernco. Race 9 is coming up next. No changes in Race 9. There's Exactor Triactor, Late Pick 3, and Superfecto wagering. Just a quick review of the winning drivers tonight. It's been a real mix. No dominance by anybody. In Race 1, Guy Gagnon. Race 2, Mike Healy. Marie-Claude Auger in Race 3. Michel Legasse in Race 4, William Waugh, Race 5, Robert Shepard, Race 6. Race 7, it was Ryan Guy, and in Race 8, Major Fernco from Marie-Claude Auger. She's the only repeat winner of the night. So if you were handicapping based on drivers, you could be struggling. In Race 9, coming up, Glenn Pearson likes the 3, Arizona Jackson, for driver Clark Stacy, trainer Kara Stacy. So maybe that angle will work, Glenn. A driver searching for his first win of the night when a lot of drivers are winning. In fact, as I mentioned, only one driver winning more than one race so far. I've got Arizona Jackson a little further down my ticket. I'm using him third. Going to the 5 Monty's Gone Marble for Marie-Claude Auger, who has the hot hands tonight. John McMillan, the trainer on Monty's Gone Marble, 2 wins this season. He's capable and getting some serious post relief here. Post parade coming on track for race 9. For those who play Tammy Forgey's free Saturday night handicapping contest in the Simulcast Lounge, the jackpot is currently at $200. It was not hit last night. Every Saturday evening, free to play in the Trackside Simulcast Lounge here at Rideau Carleton, a building jackpot. You must be on track to enter, on track to collect your winnings. Here comes the Race 9 Post Parade. These pacers are non-winners of $2,000 in their last 5 starts. Also eligible non-winners of $600 per start in their last 10 or in 2024-2025. The purse is $6,600. Leading the post parade, number 1, I'm a Dude, owned by a numbered Quebec Corporation of Gloucester, Ontario, trained and driven by Stéphane Pouliot. 7 to 5, current favorite from post 2, Springbridge Gym, owned by trainer Andrew Moore of Osgood, Ontario, who shares ownership with Tommy Godfrey of Charlottetown, PEI. Robert Shepard is in the sulky. 3 is Arizona Jackson, owned by Robin Morley of Mildmay, Ontario, trained by Kara Stacey, driven by Clark Stacey. 4 is Moonlight Boy, owned by Natalie Ouellette of Saint-Sophie, Quebec, trained by Stéphane Gagnon, driven by Danielle Laflamme. 5 is Monty's Gone Marble, owned by Jeff and April Murphy, Iroquois, Ontario. John McMillan, the trainer, Marie-Claude Auger in the bike. 6 is Lancaster Bomber, owned by Scott Miller of Messina, New York, trained by Christina Miller. Joshua Miller drives. Howie's Man has post 7 for owner Scott Miller of Messina, New York, and trainer Christina Miller. Antonio Vecchio is at the lines. And completing the field from post 8, Stardog, owned, trained, and driven by Ryan Guy of South Mountain, Ontario. It's a field of 8. Lining up shortly for race 9, which has exactor, triactor, superfecta, and late pick 3 wagering. It's worth mentioning again for anyone jumping in on the late pick 3 that there are equipment changes in races 10 and 11. The 10, race 10 that is, has equipment changes on the 2, RJ's Super Freak, going blinkers to open bridle and adding a Murphy blind right. In race 11, the lone equipment changes on 3, PL Rinchenia, who goes from blind to blinkers. We're looking at Springbridge Gym, the 2-to-1 co-favorite from post 2 in upcoming race 9. 1 win from 12 tries this season, and it was a very fast one as well, 152 and 2. Springbridge Gym is an interesting horse. He is light on wins, both this year and last year. At his best, he's very good. He was stung as a favorite late in the mile, June 18th, at a slightly higher classification. He likes the front end, so that hasn't been panning out for many horses tonight. We'll see if it helps Springbridge Gym. It's a tough to figure night. They're really racing, as one owner texted me tonight. There's some very competitive early fractions that are taking a toll on some horses who might otherwise be more engaged down the stretch. Glenn Pearson likes the 3 here. Arizona Jackson, seemingly overdue for a win. He and Clark Stacey were caught wide early, July 18th at Kawartha Downs, and then dropped into the pocket behind the pace setter, J.J. Xavier, in front of the grandstand. Arizona Jackson was colored by closers but held on for show. He is currently the 2-to-1 favorite from post 3 in race 9. I like the 5, Monty's Gone Marble, making the quick turnaround with post and class relief, although he was a non-factor Wednesday from the 8-hole. Marie-Claude Auger drove him to his most recent win here, June 18th, beating Springbridge Gym and the pace setter, I'm a Dude. Starter has called the race 9 Pacers last chance of the night to play the pick 3 at Rideau Carleton. They're lining up in front of the grandstand and now headed into the turn. One is I'm a Dude, Stefan Pouliot. 2, Springbridge Gym for Robert Shepard. 3, Arizona Jackson, Clark Stacy. 4, Moonlight Boy, Danielle Laflamme. 5, Monty's Gone Marble, Marie-Claude Auger. 6, Lancaster Bomber for Josh Miller. 7, Howie's Man, Antonio Vecchio. And on the outside, number 8, Stardog for Ryan Guy. They're quickly headed to the start, perfectly lined up on the backstretch. And they're off and pacing, moving between horses early. Monty's Gone Marble trying to seize control, but also leaving from the inside. That's I'm a Dude out to contest things, stretching out Monty's Gone Marble on the first turn. Marie-Claude Auger asking, and Monty's Gone Marble responding, landing on the lead, and now continuing first over into second. That's Arizona Jackson giving chase to the opening quarter. It's a contested one, 27 flat. They're headed down the stretch, and Arizona Jackson is landing on the lead ahead of Monty's Gone Marble. Following from third is I'm a Dude. Fourth along the pylon, Springbridge Gym. Then it's back to fifth for Howie's Man, who gets flushed out now and continues first over from fifth, followed by sixth place, second over Lancaster Bomber. At the back of the field, caught in Moonlight Boy, and trailing the field at this point, Stardog. They went to the half in 56 flat, and they're led along the backstretch by Arizona Jackson and Clark Stacy, keeping ahead of the pocket sitting Monty's Gone Marble. Gaining ground first over into third, that's Howie's Man for Antonio Vecchio. Caught in with nowhere to go. Fourth, I'm a Dude. Second over into fifth, that's Springbridge Gym gearing up, following his cover. Sixth, and going 3 wide now, that is Lancaster Bomber, 125 and 3 3/4, and they're bunching up now, turning for home. It's going to be a thrilling stretch drive. Let's see if Arizona Jackson can hold off the closers. He's doing his best. Coming on late, Monty's Gone Marble, challenged on the outside by Springbridge Gym. It's between Arizona Jackson, but Monty's Gone Marble appears to get the win by a head over Arizona Jackson. Springbridge Gym up for show, 155 flat. A tough night for the front end horses, but Arizona Jackson fighting gamely into deep stretch for driver Clark Stacy. Coming on late, Monty's Gone Marble for Marie-Claude Auger. Looking like he got up at the wire to win by a head. That would be the third driving win of the night for Auger. Springbridge Gym holding on for show. Lancaster Bomber appeared to get up for fourth in this 155 flat mile. Unofficial results are now posted for race 9. And indeed, Monty's Gone Marble, a 2-1 winner by a very narrow margin from post 5. Marie-Claude Auger's third driving win of the night. Finishing second, a very game second, at odds of 8-5. Beaten favorite, number 3, Arizona Jackson. Third, that was the 2, Springbridge Gym. And fourth, number 6, Lancaster Bomber. 5-3-2-6, the unofficial top 4 order of finish for race 9. As always, hold all tickets until the race goes official. If you had fun this evening on Race for Wishes night, you can come back, and the summer fun continues on Sunday, August 10th, starting at 5 p.m. here at Rideau Carleton on our annual Family Fun Night. There's face painting, a bouncy castle. There's going to be 2 divisions of dog racing. No, not greyhounds. It's the Corgis and the Wiener Dogs, organized by track photographer Benton Nielsen. Something for the whole family. And then the live racing coming up at 6:30 every Sunday is part of the fun on Family Fun Day, Sunday, August 10th. Now coming back to the Rideau Carleton Winners Circle. It's unofficial race 9 winner, number 5, Monty's Gone Marble. 7-year-old bay gelding by Better Than Cheddar out of Rainbow Delight. A favorite horse of trainer John McMillan in his driving colors, alongside winning owners Jeff and April Murphy of Iroquois, Ontario. Monty's Gone Marble, bred by Jeff Murphy. As mentioned, John McMillan, the trainer. Marie-Claude Auger with the hot hands tonight. 3 wins, best of anyone driving this evening. And that's also win number 3 of the year for Monty's Gone Marble, 155 flat. Congratulations, race 9 is now official. Prices are posted for race 9, where number 5 Monty's Gone Marble returns $6.90 to win. The $2.53 exactor pays $22.40. The $1 pick 3 sequence ending here, 1 with 5, 3 of 3, $111.85. $240.65 if you went 4 of 4 in the pick 4 sequence ending here. That was the $1 ticket. 6 with 1 with 5. The $1 pick 5, 5 of 5 pays out for $1, $1,200 plus. The $1 try, 532, $20.25. It's $81.45 for the superfecta 5326 combination. The race 9 rundown is now posted. 1, I'm a Dude was 5th. 2, Springbridge Gym 3rd. 8 to 5 favorite from post 3, Arizona Jackson was edged out at the wire. 4, Moonlight Boy was caught in, ending up 6th at the finish. 5, Monty's Gone Marble got up for the win, the third of the night for Marie-Claude Auger. 6, Lancaster Bomber closed for 4th. 7, Howie's Man was 8th. And 8, Stardog finished 7th. From the top down, your program should read 532-61487. The fractions, 27 flat to the quarter, 56 flat at the half, 125 and 3 at 3/4, 155 flat the winning mile. Third of the season for Monty's Gone Marble. Have to extend my condolences to a Chicago area horse player investing on Rideau Carleton tonight at Hawthorne. I understand he didn't care for Monty's Gone Marble edging out Arizona Jackson at the wire in race 9. So moving on now to race 10. That's always a tough beat at the wire by a close margin like that. But as horse players, we regroup, and now moving on to race 10. Glenn Pearson's got the rail horse here. Day Delight, currently 5-2. Marie-Claude Auger driving this one for Vic Putty, Beware. I'm using him second. Glenn's got the 4, Logan Behold, second in his ticket. He's going to RJ's Super Freak, the 2, third, and then the 5, Early Action for Guy Gagnon and Mandy Archer in the 4th spot. I think Shotgun Jerry overlooked at 12-1, dropping from the preferred handicap, is very playable, and I love the price here. I'm using Day Delight as well. He is sensational with 4 recent wins, all sub 152 miles at Rideau Carleton. Using the 4 in the show spot, and then going to RJ's Super Freak, who has an equipment change here. Ryan Guy driving RJ's Super Freak, who goes from blinkers to open bridle and adds a Murphy blind right. That's on the 2, RJ's Super Freak. There's Exactor, Triactor, Late Daily Double, and Superfecta wagering offered on race 10. And if you're playing the late double, note an equipment change in race 11 as well on the 3, PL Rinchenia, who goes from blind bridle to blinkers. Here comes the post parade for race 10. These paces are non-winners of $7,500 in their last 5 starts. Also eligible non-winners of $50,000 lifetime, and also eligible $25,000 claimers. The purse is $8,500. Number 1 is Day Delight, owned by Triple S Equine of Newton, Ontario, trained by Vic Putty. Marie-Claude Auger drives. He's the current even money co-favorite. From post 2, RJ's Super Freak, owned by Eric Lafleur of L'Ange Gardien, also his trainer. Michel Blais, also of L'Ange Gardien, Quebec, shares ownership. Ryan Guy is in the sulky. 3 is Dylan's Bank, owned, trained, and driven by Danielle Saint-Pierre of Vaudreuil-Dorion, Quebec. 4 is Logan Behold, owned by Kimberly Eaton of Brockville with Jamie Copley of Kenmore, Ontario. Mandy Archer trains, Robert Shepard drives. 5 is Early Action, owned by Jamie Copley of Kenmore and Kimberly Eaton of Brockville, Ontario. Mandy Archer trains, Guy Gagnon picks up the drive. 6 is Shotgun Jerry, owned by a numbered Quebec corporation of Gloucester, Ontario, trained and driven by Stéphane Pouliot. And completing this field from post 7, Thrilling Times, owned by Gilles Plourde with trainer Karen Kroger, both of Chelsea, Quebec. Pascal Berube drives. That's your field of 7 for race 10, our second last of the night, with exactor, triactor, superfecta, and late daily double wagering. We're getting a look at Day Delight, who's been just sensational lately. He's the 4-5 current favorite with Rail Advantage. There's really not a lot to add about him right now. I think he's very familiar to anyone playing this track regularly. Day Delight wired for Marie-Claude Auger and Vic Putty in the last 4 starts at a similar classification, all in a sub-152 mile. Day Delight held off the fast-closing Betts Beach by a diminishing margin in his most recent start on July 20th. Rail Advantage here, and Marie-Claude Auger, the only driver with more than 2 wins on the night. She had her 3rd in race 9 with Monty's Gone Marble. Some other contenders in the field include one passing by the grandstand right now, number 2, RJ's Super Freak, the strong closer, finally moving down from the preferred handicap after diminishing returns at that level. He loses his regular driver, Marie-Claude Auger, to Day Delight, the 4-5 favorite from the rail. But RJ's Super Freak was second to Early Action at a similar classification to tonight back on June 8th. This is his first ever start for driver Ryan Guy. That's the 2. RJ's Super Freak getting the equipment change here, going blinkers to open bridle and adding a Murphy blind right. He's 13-1. Some others getting attention in the field. From post 5, Early Action trailed throughout most of the mile in the July 20th preferred handicap, but closed well up the inside path over the good surface, open lengths behind the top 3. He won for Guy Gagnon as a 1-5 favorite June 8th on a class drop to tonight's level, capitalizing on a second over trip behind Sports Activator. He held off a fast closing RJ's Super Freak and Shotgun Jerry for that going away win. 6-5 favorite right now from post 5 as post time approaches. Early Action. Starter has called the race 10 Pacers. This is your final opportunity to play the late daily double tonight at Rideau Carleton. It's our second last race of the night. Pacers are lining up. 1 is Day Delight from Marie-Claude Auger. 2, RJ Super Freak, Ryan Guy. 3, Dylan's Bank for Danielle St. Pierre. 4, Logan Behold, Robert Shepard. 5, Early Action, Guy Gagnon. 6, Shotgun Jerry, Stéphane Pouliot. And on the outside, 7, Thrilling Times for Pascal Berube. They're on the turn. Field is on the backstretch. Day Delight and Dylan's Bank a little behind the others. They're off and pacing. Day Delight and Marie-Claude Auger timing the gate perfectly to grab the early lead. Coming after them early, that's Logan Behold for Robert Shepard on the outside, thinking better of it and then backing into the pocket. Moving up the cones into third, RJ Super Freak, parked first over in fourth and now taken back to settle into fourth along the pylons. That's Thrilling Times as they circle towards the opening quarter and get there in 27 and 2. The field is headed down the stretch the first time, led by the white nose of Day Delight. He's keeping ahead of the pocket sitting Logan Behold, a gap of about a length and a half back to RJ Super Freak third. Fourth, that's Thrilling Times. First over now, gaining ground from fifth. Early Action underway for Guy Gagnon, catching that cover. Second over from second last. Shotgun Jerry underway for Stéphane Pouliot. And joining the flow from last, Dylan's Bank. They reach the halfway point in 56 and 3 and still commanding things on the front end. Day Delight looking strong on the backstretch, shadowed by Logan Behold. It's a gap of about 3 lengths back to the first over and advancing Early Action. Caught in fourth, RJ's Super Freak. Fifth from second over, that's Shotgun Jerry, still on the outside and trying to gain ground from second last up the inside. Thrilling Times gapping at the back of the field. Dylan's Bank, 124 and 1 2/3, and here they come down the stretch, still led by Day Delight, trying to get a fourth driving win of the card. Marie-Claude Auger is asking. Coming up the inside, that's Logan Behold for Robert Shepard with the upset victory. Second, Day Delight. Third, RJ Super Freak. It might have been Shotgun Jerry. Fourth, 152 and 4. Day Delight fighting on down the stretch, but after a perfect pocket ride, Logan Behold coming on late for Robert Shepard's second driving win of the card, 152 and 4. Logan Behold, a little bit of a head scratcher there. Not too much. That's win number 4 of the season and a new lifetime mark. Logan Behold in race 10. The unofficial top 4 now displayed for race 10 at odds of 8-1. Number 4, Logan Behold, gets the win for Robert Shepard over 1, Day Delight. A game second. Coming on for show at odds of 15-1. Number 2, RJ Super Freak. And fourth at odds of 12-1. Number 6, Shotgun Jerry. 4-1-2-6, the unofficial top 4 order of finish in race 10. Please hold all tickets. Now back in the Rideau Carleton winner's circle. Driver Robert Shepard after his second driving win of the night. And unofficial race 10 winner at odds of 8-1. Number 4, Logan Behold takes a new lifetime mark. He's a 4-year-old bay gelding by All Bets Off out of St. Lad's Peeper, owned by breeder Kimberly Eaton of Brockville, with Jamie Copley of Kenmore, Ontario, trained by Mandy Archer. Win number 4 of the season, 152-4. Congratulations to Logan Behold and his connections on the new lifetime best in race 10, 152-4. Race 10 is now official. Prices are posted for race 10. Number 4, Logan Behold returns $18 to win. The $2 4-1 exactor pays $58. It's $149.70 for the $1 412 triactor, and the $1 superfecta 4126 pays $529.20. The race 10 rundown is now posted. 1, Day Delight was second. 2, RJ's Super Freak third. 3, Dylan's Bank seventh. 4, Logan Behold, an 8-1 winner for Robert Shepard, his second driving win of the card. 1-2 favorite, number 5, Early Action, ended up 5th. 6, Shotgun Jerry was 4th. 7, Thrilling Times was 6th. From the top down, your program should read 2, 3, 7, 1, 5, 4, 6. The fractions 27 and 2, 56 and 3, 124 and 1, 152 and 4, the winning mile, and a new lifetime mark for Logan Behold. Just one more race on the card tonight. Race 11 coming up, exactor triactor, super high five wagering in the second leg of the late daily double. There is an equipment change in race 11 on number 3, PL Rinchenia, going blind to blinkers. It's been a tough night from a handicapping perspective, some long shots coming through and some unexpected outcomes. Glenn Pearson trying to end on a winning note with the current 3-5 favorite, number 3, PL Rinchenia, with that bridle change for owner-trainer Jeff Taylor, and Guy Gagnon picking up the catch drive. That's often something that can help a horse that's needing a win. That driver change, Guy Gagnon as catch driver on PL Rinchenia. I'm using her second. I like number 1, Always Your Way, from this post position for Clark Stacey and trainer Jamie Johnson. 2 wins from 16 starts this season. 6-1 right now on Always Your Way, and there's a reason to like him tonight. I'll get into that in a moment. Glenn Pearson's third choice is the 5 CB Caper from Mike Armstrong and Ryan Guy. Then he's going to number 2, Day Trader for Normand Wanette, the trainer and driver William Waugh, and completing his high 5 ticket in race 11 with number 8, Big Bully for Darcy Clancy, moving to the front tier. I've got Always Your Way on top of the ticket, using PL Rinchenia second, then going to the 6 Gascoigne Sunday. 4th, Red Cape Party with Rare Post Relief. And then from the second tier, number 9, Hella's Rocket, interesting, for Sebastian Turan and catch driver Robert Shepard. He's 0 for 13 this year, and I think this is the first time, quite sure that this is the first ever start from the second tier for Hella's Rocket. So digging into that as we wait for the horses to come on track for the Robbie D'Alessandro pace in race 11. Hella's Rocket is adding Robert Shepard, and this is Hella's Rocket's first career start from the trailing post anywhere. He was first over 5th off the gate in the rain here, July 20th, retreated to single file 7th before the quarter, and then started up again, 4th over from last on the backstretch. Hella's Rocket charged home widest of all, but from too far back. He's 30-1 from the second tier. I would not leave him out of the high 5 in race 11. They're starting to come on track now. I like the 1 on top, a beaten 1-5 favorite last outing, Always Your Way. He loses driver Robert Shepard to Hella's Rocket, the 9. Always Your Way has 2 wins this season for Clark Stacey, both from the Rideau Rail, April 27th and May 25th. 6-1 right now, Always Your Way. Here come the pacers for the race 11 post parade. It's the Robbie D'Alessandro pace for non-winners of $200 per start in their last 10 or a race in 2024-2025. Also eligible, $8,500 claimers for non-winners of $2,000 in their last 5 starts. Allowances for fillies and mares. The purse is $5,200. Leading the post parade, number 1, Always Your Way for trainer Jamie Johnson and co-owner Sonia Johnson, both of Edwards, Ontario. Clark Stacey drives. 2 is Day Trader, owned by Mathieu Senez Wanette and trainer Normand Wanette, both of Quebec. William Waugh is in the bike. Current even money favorite, number 3, PL Rinchenia, races for owner-trainer Jeff Taylor of Gloucester, Ontario. Guy Gagnon picks up the catch drive, and PL Rinchenia goes from blind bridle to blinkers. 4 is Red Cape Party, owned, trained, and driven by the cat, Richard Simard of Les Cèdres, Quebec. 5 is CB Caper, owned by Lloyd Howley, Cars Ontario, trained by Mike Armstrong. Ryan Guy drives. 6 is Gascoigne Sunday for owner-trainer John McMillan, who shares ownership with Aidan Keeley-Griffiths, also of Odessa, Ontario. Pascal Berube drives. 7 is State News, owned by Robin Lawler of Camden East, Ontario, trained by Raymond Crick. Antonio Vecchio drives. On the outside is the 8, Big Bully, co-owned by trainer-driver Darcy Clancy of Odessa, Ontario, with Raymond Alport of Kingston, Ontario. And from trailing post 9, it's Hella's Rocket, owned by Alexis Zilke of Gloucester, Ontario, trained by Sebastian Turan, and Robert Shepard gets the catch drive. That's your field of 9 for race 11. Exactor, Triactor, and Super High 5 wagering available. Getting a look at the current favorite in upcoming race 11. 4 to 5 favorite from post 3. That's PL Rinchenia. A lot of that has to do with the presence of Guy Gagnon, catch driving for Jeff Taylor. Never a bad thing. The equipment change also could factor into it. This mare has been racing tougher and has class relief here after taking on some tough mares. Also, that bridle change, blind to blinkers, could factor in to a better result this week. 4 to 5 favorite from post 3, PL Rinchenia. Looking at some other handicappers struggling tonight at Rideau. It's been a tough night. It's been a good night for the Race for Wishes and Make-A-Wish Canada. Thanks to everyone who donated this evening, and donations can be accepted online at any time. Visit Make-A-Wish Canada to help bring these wishes to life for children battling critical illness coast to coast. They're going to be lining up shortly for race 11. Continuing on is even money favorite, the 3 PL Rinchenia for Guy Gagnon. There are upsetters in the field. Let's see how it plays out. The starter is calling the field for race 11. Pacers are lining up in front of the grandstand for the start of race 11. 1 is Always Your Way, Clark Stacy. 2, Day Trader, William Waugh. 3, PL Rinchenia, Guy Gagnon. 4, Red Cape Party for Richard Simard. 5 is CB Caper, Ryan Guy. 6, Gascoigne Sunday for Pascal Berube. 7 is State News, Antonio Vecchio. 8, Big Bully for Darcy Clancy, and the trailer is 9, Hella's Rocket for Robert Shepard. They're approaching the start. They're off and pacing, 3 of them leaving like a team. Day Trader, PL Rinchenya, and Red Cape Party going to mix it up off the gate, and they're sorting it out with Always Your Way. Also involved, they're 4 high, battling up front and looking to clear. Red Cape Party and Richard Simard are moving on to try to keep up with Always Your Way on the lead to the opening quarter for Clark Stacey, and getting there in a sharp 27-1. Coming down the stretch the first time, that's Always Your Way, having his way up front, parked out second. That's the first over. Red Cape Party dropping to third as Day Trader keeps pace from the pocket. From fourth, half in, half out, that's PL Rinchenya. Caught in fifth on the inside, CB Caper, as they circle the second turn. They're led to that point by Always Your Way, getting there in 56-1, 29-second flat, second panel for the leader. Coming on the backstretch, a 3-wide bid from PL Rinchenya and Guy Gagnon up to challenge. The pace setting Always Your Way. The mare getting stretched out doing so, but she's grabbed the lead now. PL Rinchenya following from second, Always Your Way. First over now, advancing into third, Gascoigne Sunday. Following from fourth, that's a second over, and gaining CB Caper. They went by 3/4 in 1, 24-4. PL Rinchenya has opened up on the front end and is trying to bottom out what remains of this field, chasing her to the wire. That's PL Rinchenya. Continuing on, battling for second, Always Your Way, going to hold off Gascoigne Sunday. And then it's back to CB Caper and Hella's Rocket, 154 flat. PL Rinchenya vindicates her status as the race 11 favorite, winning in going away style for Guy Gagnon in 154 flat. That's a seasonal best for PL Rinchenya. Always Your Way, holding on for place ahead of Gascoigne Sunday. Unofficial results are now posted for race 11, going off as the 1-5 favorite for Guy Gagnon. That's number 3, PL Rinchenya, with her first win since coming to Rideau Carleton. Second at 9-1, number 1, Always Your Way. Closing for show was the 6, Gascoigne Sunday. Fourth, number 5, the 40-1, CB Caper. And completing the high five in his first ever start from the second tier, number 9, Hella's Rocket. 3-1-6-5-9, the unofficial top 5 order of finish for race 11. Please hold all tickets. getting a well-deserved pat on her way back to the Rideau Carleton Winner's Circle. It's official. Race 11 winner, number 3, PL Rinchenia, a 4-year-old bay mare by Better's Delight out of PL Emily. Owned and trained by Jeff Taylor of Gloucester, Ontario. She was bred by Princely Acres of Uxbridge, Ontario. Second driving win of the night for Guy Gagnon, and second win of the year for PL Rinchenia, winning in 154 flat. A going away performance in race 11. Congratulations. Prices are now posted for race 11, where the 3 PL Rinchenia returns $2.40 to win. The $1 pick 3, 5 with 4 with 3, 3 of 3, $108.80. $177.70 if you went 4 of 4 in the late pick 4, 1 with 5 with 4 with 3. The 20-cent super high 5 31659 combination, $64.64. The $2 exactor 3-1 pays $6.50, $9.30 for the $1 try, and $37 for the $2 late double 4-3 combination. The race 11 rundown is now displayed. Number 1, Always Your Way, finished second. 2, Day Trader was 7th. Going off as 1 to 5 favorite. Number 3, PL Rinchenia gets the win for Guy Gagnon. 4, Red Cape Party was 9th. 5, CB Caper, 5th. 6, Gascoigne Sunday, closed for show. 7, State News was 6th. 8, Big Bully was 8th. And 9, Hella's Rocket was 5th. From the top down, your program should read 271943685. The fractions 27 and 1, 56-1, 124-4, 154 flat, the winning mile, a seasonal best mark in the second win of the year for PL Rinchenya. That concludes tonight's card of live racing from the nation's capital. Thank you to all the horse players who joined us this evening, whether by simulcast or at the track on Race for Wishes night. Tonight's handle for the 11 races, $355,912. Thanks very much for the wagering support. We'll be back again on Wednesday evening at 6 p.m. for more live racing. We hope you can join us on Wednesday, August 6th, and Family Fun Day coming up on Sunday the 10th. Enjoy the rest of your evening and week. I'm Melissa Keith, track announcer. Good night.